we go. All right, that took a little bit longer than I expected. Sorry, everybody who was trying to watch this at 5. It had some, unsurprising to anybody, technical issues, because that certainly happens when trying to stream for 5 hours consecutively. So, hi, everybody. Feel free to refresh. I'm going to double check that everything's working on my end of things, that this is live on the channel. Should be. There it is. My audio is working. Wouldn't be able to hear it with these headphones, I don't think. Make sure that that's muted. There we go. I'm going to open that in a web browser, I think. Let me see this real quick. Oh, okay. That just gives me the chat in a browser. That's not very helpful, but all right. Okay. And there's Doug. Perfect. So everything's working. I'm going to modify some video settings real quick, guys, so just be patient with me. It's going to do some weird stuff on your guys' end, I'm sure, but I'm going to get annoyed if this video doesn't do what I want it to do. That's better. That's more comfortable for me. Had to change some stuff up and mess with some things. Yeah, I was troubleshooting issues in case you can't tell. College Board, you can't. I'm not going to let you see my login. That'd be insane. Let's add some stuff here. Let's get my video in. Yeah, apologies for the delay, everybody. Let's get this thing. That's better. Okay, that'll work. Big cam. Yeah, let's add in the right source here. Also, you're seeing a bunch of crazy stuff, so just give me a second. Yes, okay. Hello. Sorry, my dog is also right next to me. You will see him in a moment. There we go. This is just a big camera where it's just me. Okay. And then that's the PowerPoint one. That's the default. There we go. Okay. It's Zach, class of 23. Sick. What's up, Zach? Still subscribed to the channel, I see. The annual tradition. That is me streaming for far too long. I hope you're doing well too, but yes, hello. Let me think of things that matter before we get started here. I'm going to make sure that everything's working on my end of things before I do too much. Quick question for the chat. Can you guys hear me okay? Is my volume too loud, too quiet? If I'm on like normal volume, just give me a message in the chat that everything's going well. Audio, video-wise, you guys are seeing everything that we need to be seeing, because I can't test my headphones with this for absolutely insane reasons that I'm not sure about. Matt, what's up? Ruben, good to see you, bud. Let's see. Is there anything else I need to mention? Of course. Thank you, Tristan, for your verified YouTube Minecraft account. Absolutely respect it. Please do not have your followers pop in this chat, Tristan. I'm terrified of all the 8-year-olds and how many skibbity toilets they'll talk about. Oh, what's up, Greg? Okay. So, this is... Oh my god. My back's gonna pop here. All right. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's do dog real quick. Quality meh. Doug, how dare you? I have no idea why. That's a whole other thing. I imagine some stupid YouTube stuff. Yes. Hello. Dog. There's Dog. We have Dog. Dog is here. Archer is here. You will occasionally hear him eating because his food is now in here. So prepare for this. There you go. Hello, Bopus. Oh, no, don't wriggle. Don't wriggle crazy. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm trying to see if there's anything else worth mentioning before we get started, or anything else worth asking about before we get started here. Okay, well, after all of the 5 minutes of me figuring out stuff and 15 minutes of me trying to get YouTube to sync to my Streamlabs, because I updated it, I guess, of course. Here we go. Welcome to the AP Macro Cram session 2025, where we have till, I guess, 10 p.m. Central Time to go over kind of anything and everything regarding the AP Macroeconomics Exam. For those of you guys that are in my class right now, ooh, welcome. For those of you guys that have been in my class before and just pop in because you see this thing go live every year, thanks for showing up. Always appreciate it. And for anyone who watches this who's not in my class, thanks for watching the video. Always appreciate it. Just helping kids out best I can. If you end up watching this video after the fact, like after this is streamed, and I don't address a thing that you want addressed, or I don't answer a question that you want answered, feel free to post it in the comments of the video. I check the channel routinely, and I'll probably answer your question. Will I answer it in time for the AP exam tomorrow? Well, that's a great question. I don't know. Well, I'll try. I'll be checking it tomorrow morning before the exam, so ideally I get to it. But we'll find out together if I actually am capable of doing that, on top of everything else. What else is worth mentioning before? Oh, 31 viewers already. Way to go, guys. They said I did say 5, so they were ready, because I was wrong about when I said I was going to start. Tristan, no one cares if you buy your viewers or not. People do that all the time. If you do, fantastic. If you don't, fantastic. It's fine. He's allowed to be YouTube famous. There's Archer eating his food. What other stuff's worth mentioning before we get started really here? Oh, ideally, what I want you guys to be thinking of are things you want to ask me about. I'll kind of just go by the chat. The chat, just so you guys know, there is a delay in between you posting and me seeing, so try to be careful when I'm asking a question. Most of the time it is rhetorical. You can respond in the chat if you want to type it out, or if you want to see if this is valid, or if you have a follow-up question, feel free to type those. But understand that there's going to be a delay in between what you type and when I see it, usually 30 seconds to a minute. I don't remember exactly what it is on this account, but it's something in that range of outcomes. So I'll generally just ask for you to post questions. If you've got specific topics you want me to go over, and if you have a level of detail you want, like if you want me to go over some multiple choice questions over insert topic here, feel free to. If you want me to go over an FRQ that involves this, feel free to. I do have it listed here that I will be going over my predictions for the FRQ section specifically, like what I think the FRQs might actually end up being. And I made up like mock versions of them. We'll be going over that around 8 o'clock because I had a number of students who sort of requested it a little bit later because of work or concert that they're doing for percussion and band. So yeah, if you need to do that, feel free. And if you're watching this later, feel free to just absolutely fast forward. Jacob, the first thing I see is bank balance sheets. Jacob, don't you worry. I'm going to hit bank balance sheets a couple of times. One of them's an FRQ prediction, bud. So yeah, we'll for sure do bank balance sheets. I might do one right here at the start because that was the first thing requested. So let's see about how I want to go through this. Bank balance sheets, can I explain how price level affects supply and demand? Sure, I can explain both of these things. Oh my god, they want me to verify stuff. Give me 1 second. I'm logging into AP Classroom to pull up a bank balance sheet FRQ, just to walk us all through it together so we can get our brains warmed up. Specifically my brain warmed up because it is 5 p.m. I did do my job today, and I did review quite a bit with students in class. I did eat dinner, and I did walk the dog. Here we go. Let's grab ourselves a bank balance sheet. Unit and topic. Unit 4. Banking and expansion of the money supply, usually the topic. Question type, we're looking for an FRQ. Now, do all of the graphs. I mean, can I do all the graphs? Yeah, I for sure can, Landon. Don't worry. That's going to happen for sure. In some way, shape, or form, all of the graphs are going to be covered. I can guarantee you that. If you have a specific one you want me to start with, feel free. But let's see if I can find myself a good FRQ that works for what we're trying to look at from bank balance sheet. Oh, right, there's a billion of these because of the makeup exam. Oh my god, that's a crazy looking one. Okay, this one looks psychotic. I've never seen this FRQ before. Let's do this one and see if I do it right. That'd be a great question. Okay. Should I get a notebook or just watch you? I'd get a notebook. Working along is always a good idea. Feel free to pause the video, like when I pull up a question, if you want to try and solve it yourself before I just sort of narrate my way through everything, because I'm going to narrate my way through everything. But yeah, feel free to work through these as I'm doing it. It's never a bad idea. Can I go over this new fiscal monetary policy and main formulas? Yes, I can. So let's do this bank balance sheet thing first. Let's go to with everything. There we go. Let's move myself over here and let's expand this. And wow, it's still not still cut off the balance sheet. That's a gross thing to see. And let's zoom in a little bit on this page right here. Bah, 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 bah. Oh god, far too much of a zoom. Okay. This is how it's going to look on your AP exam. Now, you won't have this text box here because your FRQs are going to be handwritten, but this is what we're looking at here. So, Bank A is a commercial bank in Fredonia with the following balance sheet, aka a T account. That is also what it's called. The banking system in Fredonia has limited reserves. Okay, it's good to know. This bank is a pretty limited balance sheet. It only has really two things in it. I'll sort of scroll over here so we can see it. It has reserves. It hasn't specified what types of reserves this is. And it has government bonds totaling up to about $1 million of everything. And they have $700,000 worth of deposits and $300,000 worth of owner's equity. So, things that I'm already sort of clocking as someone who knows how to answer these problems pretty well. I see reserves, I see deposits. I don't know if, so I haven't seen this ever queue before. There's a bunch of bank balance sheet ones that they made like recycled, that I haven't looked at because they're like 13,000 of them and they're all kind of the same. So I haven't seen this one specifically numbers wise. So you'll be able to see someone solve these for the first time. So I'm looking at the reserves thing. I don't see excess / required. I haven't read the questions yet. I don't see excess or required, so this could be total reserves, excess plus required combined. I do see deposits are 700,000. I see that the first question says, calculate the required reserve ratio, aka the reserve requirement, if Bank A holds no excess reserves. For some of these, I'm going to use a whiteboard. I will make sure that you can see the answers on my whiteboard, or I will tab to where you have my camera bigger so you can see my answers more clearly. But you know Mr. Mukherjee has a whiteboard and extra markers at home because, of course, I do. So calculate the required reserve ratio if they hold no excess reserves. To translate this means this bank doesn't have any excess reserves right now. They loan out every dollar possible. So the only things they would have in their reserves are what's required of them, which is good because it means I can answer this problem. So here's what I would do. I know the reserve requirement is the percentage of deposits banks have to hold on to in their required reserves. So I know I'm comparing the deposits side of things to the required reserves side of things. I don't know what the required reserves are initially until it tells me this part right here. They hold no excess reserves, meaning all of this 140 is required because this bank doesn't have any excess reserves right now. They've loaned out every dollar possible. So 140,000 out of 700,000 is what I'm looking at. I just got to figure out what percentage this is. Thankfully, I do know off the top of my head what percentage that is because 140,000 is a fifth of 700,000. So that should get me to a 0.2 as my answer. I'm betting if I could type in the calculator, I would get that. So times 100, I would get 20%, voila, as my reserve requirement for this country. So, bang, 20% is the answer for A here. I'm assuming, I haven't checked the key yet, but if this is me just solving it without looking at anything, I would say 20% is the reserve requirement. And this is the showing my work part, where I took the reserves divided by the deposits and got the 0.2, which is 20%. Cool. Here we go. B, the Central Bank of Fredonia buys $100,000 worth of government bonds from Bank A. Okay. What is the dollar value change in the monetary base? Explain using numbers. Okay, good question. So the monetary base refers to the amount, it's a version of the money supply that is usually referred to as money the Federal Reserve knows exists. This is either money that is stored at the Federal Reserve or it is currency that it knows is circulating within the economy. So the Federal Reserve is buying $100,000 worth of bonds from this bank. This bank now has $100,000 that it didn't have before. So the answer to B would simply be the monetary base would grow by $100,000. This hasn't asked for like maximum change in the money supply yet. We'll get to that in C. I can already see that question popping up. The monetary base would increase by $100,000. The explanation here being that there was, they've added $100,000 to the monetary base by buying these bonds. The bonds themselves are not a part of the money supply, they're not money, but they now have $100,000 from the Federal Reserve. So that should just go up by $100,000. I'll double check at the end to see if that's right, but I'm pretty confident that is. C. Based on your answer to Part A, calculate the maximum change in the money supply as a result of the central bank bond purchase after all adjustments take place in the banking system. When they say this part, this is them referring to the multiplier effect. Because the way the multiplier effect works for the money multiplier is money is deposited, lent out, deposited, lent out, deposited, lent out, all that kind of stuff. So, maximum change in the money supply. So here's the first part you have to know. The formula. Excess reserves times your money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. So I just put excess money mult times the money supply. Cool? Can I explain B more deeply? I will explain B more deeply in a sec after I get through CDE, if that's okay. So the excess reserves here, I know, have just gone up by $100,000 because of this bond purchase. No matter what the answer to B is, I'm confident this is how we do C, is the excess reserves have changed by $100,000. Let me clarify why it's $100,000 here. This is not a deposit, so I don't have to factor out this 20% reserve requirement to figure out like that the excess reserves go up by 80. This is a bond purchase, not a deposit. So the Federal Reserve is giving this bank $100,000 of cash in exchange for these bonds, 100,000 of them, right here. So that number would drop to 760,000. This bank receives 100,000. This does not go into deposits because it's not like the Federal Reserve is opening a bank account here or anything like that. They're just straight up buying these bonds. So the excess reserves change by $100,000. The money multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement, which was the 0.2 I calculated earlier. That'd be 5. 100,000 times 5 is 500,000. So that's the answer for C. That's the showing my work part also, if you're wondering. I just have to grab those excess reserves, 100,000 times 1 over, that says 0.2 if you're wondering, 5, which is 500,000. So the money supply will increase by 500,000. The way I know it's a multiplier problem is because it's talking about maximum change in the money supply after all adjustments take place in the banking system. They mean after all of this money has been loaned out. Because an important thing to mention with the multiplier effect is it's not localized to just one bank. This money doesn't have to stay in one bank. It can get loaned out to one person who can put it in another bank, deposit it there, loaned into another bank. Like this money can move around throughout the banking system. So usually when they're talking money multiplier problem, they'll mention like the banking system as opposed to just this one particular bank. D, given the change in the money supply, calculate the change in nominal GDP if the velocity of money is 1.5. They mixed in a quantity theory of money thing here. Okay, love that. Okay, M times V equals P times Y is the equation of exchange that they're referring to here. It's the only thing where the velocity of money has ever come up, ever, in this course. So it's the only thing that should ever happen there. The way this formula works is if I take how much money exists in the economy and multiply it by basically how frequently it's being spent, that's what the velocity of money like mostly boils down to, that would get me P times Y. P is price level, Y is real GDP, so P times Y actually does equal nominal GDP. Real GDP takes inflation out. If I multiply it by price level, I've added inflation back in. So you can reread this formula as M times V equals your nominal GDP. I just said the money supply was 500,000 was the increase we got there. It said the velocity of money is 1.5. Okay. That should be 750,000 then. Because I would do 500,000 times 1.5, and that gets me the answer. So there's $750,000 there is my answer to D. Matt asks, in part C, why wouldn't you do the equation with all of the government bonds? Because it only specified that we were talking about the $100,000 bond purchase. It mentions, as a result of the central bank bond purchase, so the central bank bond purchase is only of $100,000. This bank's going to have $760K worth of bonds. Those haven't been sold yet, so I can't use those excess reserves until this bank sells off those bonds to go to the Federal Reserve. That's the logic of that one. E. Assume the economy of Fredonia is initially at full employment based solely on the change in the money supply from Part C, which is that the money supply grew by 500,000. Will real output increase, decrease, or stay the same in the long run? And explain. Okay, now you could work your way through the long run self-adjustment explanation here, but this is technically talking about the quantity theory of money, which is where the equation of exchange comes into play. Let me sort of walk you all through this in words that students largely understand. Increasing the money supply is cool. It is helpful. It is a good short-run fix for getting economic, not say growth, but like a quick burst of spending. The problem with increasing the money supply is it doesn't necessarily get you permanent economic growth unless we know that money supply is being spent on capital, things that get you long-term growth. We mentioned things that involve physical capital like tools, technology, machinery, or human capital like people's knowledge and skills, things that have permanent staying power. This money supply increase could be getting spent on like Doritos and stuff, which is cool, but it's not like it should be like economic growth. So the answer to E is real output will stay the same in the long run. They were at full employment at the start. If you imagine this is an ADAS problem, you would think of it as increasing the money supply increases aggregate demand. It's like an expansionary monetary policy kind of deal. Increases aggregate demand. But in the long run, short aggregate supply would just decrease and return you to full employment. You can't just increase the money supply to get economic growth. It'd be cool if it worked that way. We would just do that all the time because that'd be sick. The problem with increasing the money supply is if you do it, in the long run, what you really just get is inflation. And I can use the equation to show this. It involves kind of giving away the problem. So P times Y. Ashmi, I'll read your question here in a second. So the logic here is we have increased M. Oh my god, this is a horrible looking arrow. What did I do? Oh, I went upside down. That's fine. We've increased M. We know V is 1.5, and that's just holding steady. That's not changing at all. Price level, we don't know. Real GDP, we don't know. But we kind of know something about real GDP, which is that in the long run, you always get back to full employment, and they started off at full employment. So I know real GDP shouldn't change, which means if I increase the money supply, all I actually end up getting is a higher price level. That's why you can't just increase the money supply to get like long-term economic growth. You can do it as a short-term fix. Say you're in a recession, that'll work. But if you're at full employment, then this doesn't really do much for you. Ashmi asks, in these types of questions, how do we do the questions that are asking for the maximum change in loans, demand deposits, and money supply? Great question. So 2 of those are the same question, actually. So she asked again, in these types of questions, how do we do the questions that are asking for max change in loans, demand deposits, money supply? So money supply and loans are the same thing. If it asks for the maximum change throughout the entire banking system, this change in the money supply is money that is being loaned out. So those are synonymous. If they asked, they could have asked for C, the maximum change in loans throughout the entire banking system, you would get the same answer. If it asked for the change in deposits, they wouldn't have done this here because this isn't a deposit. The way you do that is still a multiplier problem, which thankfully all of these kind of work the same. You take whatever the initial change in deposits is times the multiplier, and that gets you the change in deposits over time. That's not asked about as much because it's not as clearly like a GDP money supply connected to a graph kind of thing. But you just take the deposit times the multiplier gets you the change in deposits over time. So say there was a $100,000 deposit, I would do $100,000 times 5 and get $500,000 as my change in deposits. Because the money that's getting loaned out is technically also getting deposited. Loaned out, deposited, loaned out, deposited. We only really care about the loan part because that's money that's actually going to be spent and therefore contributing to our GDP. But money is technically getting deposited as part of this too via that money multiplier process. Okay, let's go back to the main feed here. Let me confirm some stuff in terms of, oh my god, it's zoomed in so far. I'm just now realizing I just blew my computer up by making that thing freaking tiny. Part B. Yeah, okay, cool. I was right on part B. That was the only one where I'm like, monetary base can always be confusing. Deposits times 1 over MPS. It's deposits times 1 over the reserve requirement, but same kind of logic. The percentage being saved or percentage being stored is still the right logic for that. So yeah, part B was $100,000. Their explanation on the key is the central bank bond purchase increases total reserves or total money in circulation by $100,000. And the monetary base is the sum of these reserves plus currency in circulation. So it's a part of monetary base now that it wasn't part of before is kind of the logic. Money held by the Fed doesn't count until it's either money that banks have or we have for it to be part of the monetary base. Because the Fed has theoretically like infinite access to money because of their control over the mint process. Cool. So that was Jacob's request, the bank balance sheets. Ruben's request, can you explain how price level affects supply and demand? Okay, so Ruben, I'm going to have to ask for a clarification point here. I'll drink water while you type your response. Do you mean price level affecting SRAS and AD, Or do you mean like how price affects supply and demand on like the original supply and demand graph, like surpluses and shortages, that kind of thing? Or do you mean SRAS and AD? While you type that, I can respond to Rashad's question. Are you going to review the Forex market? Abso-freaking-lutely you will. Okay, we will absolutely review the the Forex market. It for sure comes up a ton. I might do that next, actually. Probably do that after I go through the hockey question, which is one of my, I'm assuming, 13 hockey boys I have. Bella, thank you so much. Let me think real quick. So I'll pretend, if I don't get a response from Ruben here in a second. Surplus and shortages. Ruben, thank you so much. Perfect. I know exactly what question to grab for this, because there are questions that talk about this when it comes to supply and demand in this class. Let me find myself one that has a graph drawn on AP Classroom so I can just use that. I'm using questions that are publicly available, by the way. Oh, perfect. This question's going to kick butt for this. This is going to answer it kind of exactly right. I need to make this bigger again. Perfect. And with everything. Here we go. Market for clinker? What the hell is a clinker? I don't know. Okay. Jamie, what's up? Nice to see you. I got a lot of older students in here because I think they subscribed to my YouTube channel and realized I went live again. So kind. Okay, so we've got this market right here. This is not a aggregate supply and demand graph. This is more of a microeconomics kind of thing, but this is in Unit 1 for AP Macro. I will say in terms of like prioritizing it, don't freak out too much if you forget some of the OG supply and demand stuff. It'd probably be like a question or two multiple choice. I guess it could be an FRQ, but they've done that like once in like the last 15 years, so it's pretty unlikely. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's just not likely. So we've got ourselves a supply and demand graph. This is the supply for clinkers, what the heck, and the demand for clinkers. Also don't know what this is. Okay, I can see the equilibrium price is 15 and the equilibrium quantity is 3. What that means is if at a price of 15, they will sell 3 of the thing. Perfect. So, question asks, based on the graph market for clinkers, which of the following statements is true if the current price is 20? How dare they? Those fools! Oh, I need to get my pen open for this so I can actually draw on my TV. Or not my TV, my computer screen. God, it's only 5:40. I'm going to be a nightmare at 10. I think last year I almost like fully collapsed in the chair, like laying down almost prone. It was very fun. Okay. So, there we go. Let's get a different color so it's obvious. All right, so at a price of 20, that's far too thick of a thing. Okay, let's make that a little smaller. There we go. Cool. At a price of 20, I know something stupid's happening, which is 1, they're not at equilibrium. How dare they do that to us? So here's what's going on. This amount right here, 4, is what's going to be supplied at a price of 20 because businesses can make more money, possibly selling it at $20, so they'd be much more willing to produce it. This right here on the demand curve, that 2 is the amount that's being demanded. So basically, the quantity demanded is 2. The quantity supplied is 4. They want to produce 4. We only want to buy 2. That's a problem. What's going to happen is, if the price of a good's too high, you have a very easy way to think about this. If the price of a good is too high, you're not going to buy as much of it. Which means what's going to happen in the store is a whole bunch of it's going to be left on the shelves, right? Whatever these clinkers things are. They had ordered 4 and have 4 on the shelf. People have only bought 2, and now there's 2 just absolutely left over. That would be a surplus. Because if the price is too high, you'll end up having too much of the good being produced, not enough being bought. So there'll be a surplus of it. I literally think of this as a hype game where equilibrium, oh my god, I made it far bigger than I needed to. Let's fix that again. Equilibrium is here at 15. If the price is anything below this 15, if it's literally height-wise shorter on the graph than 15, that'll be a shortage. If the price is too high, too tall, there's too much surplus. There's the logic of those two things. It has to do with the amount being demanded and the amount being supplied, which is, to be clear, if the quantity demanded, quantity supplied thing ever confuses you, we're talking about the quantity, the X value of the point on this supply or on this demand curve. So on this demand curve, at a price of 20, we have a quantity of 2. So the quantity demanded is 2. At a price of 20, we have a quantity on the supply curve of 4. So quantity supplied is 4. So there is a surplus specifically of 2 clinkers. Whatever the heck clinkers are, I don't know, could not tell you. There is a surplus of 2 clinkers. Oh my god, I knew it was the answer. That's crazy. I'm so smart. I better get these questions right. I'm a freaking teacher. Cool. Going back to the bigger camp. Hopefully that helps you. I'm going to forget people's names for all of this. Ruben. Yes, Ruben was the one who asked that question. Thank you for the question, Ruben. Next, hockey questions, monetary fiscal policy. Sure, dude. Okay, this will take a second. Let me get my whiteboard. Let me get the actual built-in online whiteboard going because I'm going to want this for this. Jesus, how cooked are you? I mean, your exam was free, so I don't know if it really matters how cooked you are. I will say for anybody who fails the AP Macro exam, be aware of a couple of things. One, if your college does require an economics credit, that's one thing. It means you're going to have to take this class in college. My channel exists still even if you're not in my class. So if you're end up being in a college econ class and you don't know what's going on, you still have access to my resources, and if you're in my class, you still have my email address. I will almost always get a couple, 2 or 3 emails a semester from students who are currently taking either macro or micro in college and are asking questions. I respond to those. Once you're my student, you are always my student. So don't be afraid to ask us questions. And if you're not in my classes, feel free to post comments on my videos if you're not sure about a thing and you're in like a college econ class going over supply and demand and something's not making sense to you. Feel free to type it in the comments. I'll respond to it. I'll check it. I keep an eye on this kind of stuff. I want you guys to be supported and taken care of. So even if the AP exam doesn't go very well, don't freak out too much. If you feel like you know the content really well and the AP exam just goes poorly for whatever reason, you just have a bad test day, I would say don't be afraid to sign up for what's called the CLEP, C-L-E-P exam. College Board also puts that on. It can take place kind of whenever. There's a lot more options in terms of timing of it. It's a 100-question multiple-choice test. A lot of colleges take it for college credit also. I don't know what the curve is on that exam because I don't grade that one, but the CLEP would work as a substitute if the AP exam goes poorly, or if you end up being sick on AP exam day and can't make it. That happens too, where the CLEP is recommended quite a bit. Cool. Oh, here's what I was going to do with everything. So this is Miro, the free version, because I'm not paying for it, of course, because I'm a teacher and therefore poor, even though I'm an econ teacher. Oh, I should just do auto because it'll autocorrect this. Okay, so fiscal policy and monetary policy. All right. Fiscal policy definition, actions taken by government to stabilize economy. That's the simple definition of it. That's not very complicated. In terms of what this actually boils down to, this boils down to changes in government spending or taxes. Because in terms of what things the government actually has at their disposal in terms of tools, these are the two most straightforward ones. There are more advanced things you could talk about, things like subsidies and tax breaks and tax incentives to be more specific, but the AP exam for macro doesn't go that in depth traditionally for this. If they say that you're in a recession and ask for a fiscal policy, you're looking at what we call an expansionary fiscal policy, which is one meant to expand and grow the economy. That could be increasing government spending, because it would make GDP go up, or lowering taxes, because that allows you to spend more, which makes GDP go up. So fiscal policy, I always think of it as fiscal, simple. Those words kind of rhyme, and I think of fiscal policy as being a little simpler, because it just involves things that you probably have already heard of prior to economics. It's not like you know how these work perfectly, but you knew the government spent a crazy amount of money, I assume, and you also probably knew that taxes existed. A lot of you guys have jobs and pay those, so I think you're aware of those two things. Monetary policy is where things get a bit funkier, because these are things you likely have never heard of. I'm moving this pen out of the way, and I don't need to share my board with anybody. I don't need to share my board. Stop telling me to share my board. I don't care about sharing it. They can see them on the stream. Monetary policy. Okay. Definition, it's going to feel really similar. Actions taken by the central bank to stabilize the economy. So who's doing it is difference number one. What they're doing is difference number two. Ultimately, what these do is these end up changing the money supply and interest rates, the price of a loan, the return on investment. This is what monetary policy does. So the Federal Reserve is America's central bank. So the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, gave like a speech literally yesterday where he talked about they were keeping interest rates stable, meaning they were not pursuing any new monetary policies at this time. They're sort of waiting out the impact of President Trump's tariffs to sort of see, should we do an expansionary one if the things put us more into like a recessionary kind of thing because of the possible hurt international trade, or should we do a contractionary policy in case those policies lead to a lot higher prices and we want to bring down prices? So those are that's the monetary policy idea. Now the problem for monetary policy is the actual policies themselves are a lot more specific. So your monetary policies are the reserve requirement. Oh my God. The open market operations, which are the buying and selling of bonds by the central bank, and the administered interest rates, which are the discount. Oh my God. Can't say words. Discount. Wow, I cannot type at all. And IORB. So the actual policies themselves are more complicated because these are like these things that are all words you have to just know. The reserve requirement, percentage of deposits banks have to hold on to. OMOs, the Fed can buy and sell bonds like we saw in the FRQ previously with the bank balance sheet. And the administered interest rates are interest rates on stuff involving the Fed. The discount rate is the price of a loan from the Federal Reserve to commercial banks. And the IORB is the interest rate banks are paid when they store money at the Fed. So the Fed controls these three things. The one that's worth focusing on always is this last one, the administered interest rates, because in the present day, oh my God, that font is terrible. I hate that. In the present day context, this last monetary policy is the only one that's still effective when you have ample reserves. When banks have a crazy amount of money in their reserves, which pretty much every major bank in the United States does at this point, these first two become a lot less effective because these first two are really meant to just change how much money banks have and then changes interest rates based off of that. This third one doesn't necessarily care how much money banks have. It changes more what banks want to do with their money, which makes it more effective. So be aware if a question is saying that it's limited reserves, any of these are fair play. If it says ample reserves, only this last one actually works. So if they give you the option to pick, I would always say administered interest rates because they work regardless of what's happening in the economy. And you have to know doing what to each of these things is expansionary. Lowering the administered rates is expansionary, raising them is contractionary. I hope that helps, hockey guy. I'm going to assume that's Bryce. I don't know who that is. Alexa, do you have to be able to distinguish IORB versus discount rate or discount they are emissions rates that are affected economies and reserves? On an FRQ, I'd say you probably don't have to distinguish them unless they specifically ask you to define it. There have been the occasional, very small times where on an FRQ they just straight up say, like, define the discount rate, which I guess happens. But for the most part, like on a question, you could use them theoretically interchangeably. On a multiple choice question, it's more like the definition thing kind of happens. So it's still worth reviewing vocabulary, but in terms of like which one is which when it comes to a policy, they both work the same when it comes to monetary policy, which is the nice part. Lowering them is expansionary, raising them is contractionary. 7-graph problem at some point. I might do that at the end. It would get us to review every single graph, so I might do the 7-graph problem. I think I did that in one of the previous year's videos, though, so if I don't end up doing the 7-graph problem, just find one of the older videos where I do, and it's a nightmare to watch. Loanable fund shifters, I can do that. Let me see you skipping over somebody, I think. So I got the fiscal policy things. Scrolling. Main things that will help us get a 5 on the AP exam? Sure. Your graphs, always, you're going to need to know those. There's no way to get a 5 without knowing your graphs well, because the FRQ section, if you can't do the graph part, you're not going to get a 5. You might be able to swing a 3, not being able to do your graph stuff great on the FRQs, depending on the FRQs you get. Some of them might be more math-based. Some of them might have enough definition stuff where you could get around it. But for your FRQs, for you to be getting a 5, you probably need to know your graphs really well. So I would start with the graphs first and foremost. There's 7 or 8 total. Grab some flashcards, bust your way through those graphs. That's the biggest thing to do. Outside of that, formulas are always a good, safe bet to review just because those questions tend to be pretty easy. Focus on the multiplier formulas first. Those come up a lot on the FRQs. Then go through your Unit 2 formulas, the ones with involving GDP, unemployment rate, inflation rate, because those come up very commonly. And as you saw in that previous FRQ, they will still occasionally throw kind of the one-off formulas at you, the equation of exchange, which is the quantity theory of money thing, the M times V equals P times Y, and the Fisher equation, which is the real interest rate equals nominal minus inflation. So review your graphs first, formulas second, vocab third. Some of that vocab doesn't matter, but in terms of some of you guys, vocab just gets sort of brought back to your brain when a question asks about it, or when you see multiple choice answers over it. Whereas graphs, if you just blank on how a graph's drawn, it's a nightmare. If you blank on a formula, you just can't solve the problem. So, next, looking questions at the bottom very first. Great guess. I am definitely the best hockey player in this chat. I was right, Bryce. I knew it. If you're answering an FRQ about open market operations, can you say the buying or selling of bonds, or do you have to say open market operations? Chase asks. You would say buying or selling bonds. It's a good question, because the open market operation they're looking for is either buying or selling. If they're in a recession, the central bank should buy bonds because they're giving cash to people in exchange for these bonds. Like in the balance sheet problem, the buying of bonds by the central bank grew the money supply. It's expansionary policy. Macy, I will absolutely do an absolute comparative advantage problem. That's also coming up in my prediction section, but I'll do one of those before that for sure. Douglas, how can I tell if the question's asking about interest rates in loans or interest rates in savings account? Does it matter? It's actually always both, Doug. That's what's tricky. The interest rates in these problems are both the interest rates on loans and the interest rates on savings. The good news is those numbers going up has the same economic impact, which is either more expensive loans or higher return on savings. Both mean I spend less. Either I borrow less because loans are more expensive, or I save more because I get more interest on my savings. But both of those things result in less spending. So the higher interest rates means higher of both the savings and price of loans. But both of those things going up is contractionary to the economy. Both of those things going down, cheaper loans means I borrow more. Worse savings accounts means I don't save as much and I spend more anyway. They both have the same net impact. Haley, what's up? Brady, I'll do you and Macy's question at the same time here in a second. Just confirming any other questions before I get into that. I want to go over the loanable funds market shifters first because I saw that question before. Did I hit everything else? Yes, I did. Okay, and the Forex market I will hit at some point, so don't worry about that. That's definitely coming up. All right, let's do loanable funds market. So, loan market. This might have to draw, so let me grab my bigger camel so you guys can see me better. Here we go. Okay, loanable funds market. There are a lot of shifters for this market. So for the question, I think it was Taylor who asked, for sure a good question to ask about because there are a lot of shifters. So your loan market is, I would say, a fairly straightforward market conceptually, in that we are talking about loans kind of as if they're a good that could be bought or sold. So they have a fairly normal looking supply and demand curve. The things that are worth knowing label-wise, the real interest rate is your y-axis because interest rate is the price of a loan, and banks are more aware of the real interest rate when they're giving a loan out because inflation is a thing that can actually hurt them quite a bit, and quantity of loans here is your x-axis because it's just the amount of money that can be loaned out. You might see quantity of loanable funds, which is why I've written LF for the supply and demand curve here, but if you just wrote supply of loans, demand of loans, that'd be fine also. The shifters. So your supply curve, inverted directions. The supply curve here has to do with banks because banks are the ones who supply loans. So anything that affects banks' ability to lend or their desire to lend. Some examples. Money supply stuff, because most of these money supply questions, like the buying bonds one from the FRQ we already did, gave banks more money to lend out, would increase the supply. Well, shift to the right, because banks have more to lend. So larger money supply, greater supply of loans. Those two things go hand in hand. Less of a money supply, less supply of loans. Same thing here. A thing that comes up in Unit 6 a lot is capital flow, like money flowing in and out from other countries. So example there, if you've got more money coming in from other countries into your economy, that money is going to end up in the banking system at some point because, I mean, like everyone else in this country, we all put our money in banks. So if we got more money coming into our economy, we'd experience capital inflow, which would increase the supply of loans as well. One of the ones that's usually tricky for people when it comes to supply is like risk. The idea that like if a country is more risky, politically, economically, whatever, they tend to supply fewer loans there because the idea of like getting money paid back is just less likely. So they're less willing to lend. Not about ability, more about desire. if that makes sense. The demand curve is based off of borrowers, which could be kind of everybody. That's the hard part here, because it could be, I borrow, businesses borrow, government borrows. More borrowing, greater demand. Less borrowing, less demand. If the government's borrowing more, that means there's more demand for loans because there's more people borrowing. The government's part of that. If businesses think that now is a really good time to expand, maybe now is a good time to buy a bunch of capital, open new factories, open new buildings and stuff, that would also increase demand for loans. And if we wanted to borrow more for whatever reason, that would increase demand for loans. So the shifters are, I always think of it as demand as borrowing, consumers borrowing, businesses borrowing, government borrowing, bang, that's your demand shifters. Supply shifters involve banks, so could be anything that affects how much money banks have. That'd be monetary policy, because it'll affect those, and capital flow, affect the supply. And then willingness, and savings, that's a good thing to mention. People saving more money means more money in the banks, so supply goes up. People saving less means less money in the banks, so supply goes down. And then lastly, like risk. I think it's in the notes, it's like profitability of loans, that's tied to riskiness. So I hope that helps, Taylor. McKenna, does an increase in price level inflation have a direct in relationship with interest rates? Okay, depends on the interest rate. McKenna, I'll come back to that because I definitely want to do a terms of trade problem. I think I can answer McKenna's problem faster, so I'm going to do that first. And Ashmi asked, is there a question that will ever ask a shifter of a graph? They could ask, like, which line would result in a rightward shift of the demand for loans, in which case, yes, they're functionally asking that. It's not as straightforward as, like, which of these is a shifter of the graph, but it'll be a question in which a graph shift happens, and it asks how would this have happened. So it is asking that. For McKenna's question, the higher price level with interest rates. Okay, there's multiple ways this can go, so be aware you might be upset by how I'm going to explain this. So first I'll explain the math of it, because there's an equation that goes along with this, and McKenna might be asking about a question from one of our practice tests, which has this math as the focus of it. So the equation worth mentioning is the Fisher equation, which states that the real interest rate is equal to the nominal interest rate minus the inflation rate. Real equals nominal minus inflation. In which case, a higher inflation rate would result in a lower real interest rate. The idea being the more inflation that happens, the less money you're paying back in value. Remember that borrowers benefit when there's inflation. That's because of this equation, actually. That while that money is, like while prices are higher, that money is technically worth less, so the money I'm paying back to a bank has less value. I used the real life example of me buying a car a couple years ago because I had a loan, I still technically have a loan for that car, and it had about a 5.5% interest rate on the loan at the time. It's changed since then, it's gotten lower. But 5.5% at the time. The inflation rate that year was about 7%, meaning technically speaking in that year, I was paying negative interest. It doesn't mean I was getting paid. It just means I was paying less in value than what I had borrowed, which is pretty sick. So to answer your question, not necessarily. Now, if they connect it to a graph, the answer is possibly yes. So, McKenna, you're going to absolutely hate this, but it depends on what the question's asking. Because you could connect this to a money market problem, in which case, on your money market graph, supply of money, demand for money, quantity of money, nominal interest rate, a higher price level does increase the demand for money, because if prices are higher, I'm going to want to carry more cash on me to be able to buy more expensive things, which does technically increase the interest rate. So it kind of depends on what the question's asking. If they're talking about nominal and real interest rates, that's probably a Fisher equation situation. If they bring up the money market at all, like on an FRQ, higher prices, higher demand for money, lower prices, lower demand for money. Okay, Tristan's question, I'll do terms of trade right after this question because this question's very fast. How long is the MCQ and FRQ? The multiple choice questions, you have 70 minutes to answer 60 questions. Which is the same pace as our in-class tests. I think 32 questions for every 40 minutes is a good way to like keep that math in your head, roughly. It's like 32 to 34 questions, depending on the question difficulty. And the FRQs, you have an hour to answer 3 FRQs. The FRQ I showed you guys, the one that was a balance sheet, is what we call a short FRQ. Would probably take about 15 minutes, is what you should be budgeting to solve. A longer FRQ, you'd be roughly estimating about 30 minutes. So it's 1 long, 2 short FRQs, 30 minutes, 15, 15, an hour total. So the test in total is about 2 hours and 20 minutes because there's a 10-minute break between the sections. And administration time will probably take about 15, 20 minutes of administration time. So I think the overall length of the exam will probably be around 2.5 hours to 2 hours and 45 minutes. Nothing too crazy. On the scale of AP exams, it's one of the shorter ones. Okay, let's do a term of trade problem because I'm so concerned you guys are going to bomb the hell out of those because it's been a minute since we did those in class. Those were Unit 1, which for my first semester kids means we did those in August. And for my second semester kids, it means we did those in January, which was 5 months ago. So, terms of trade. Can I do a table on this? Probably not. Okay, let's do this on a Word document then. That way I can actually make a table or something. I'm on my home computer, so yes, I am using Word more often. Deal. Here we go. Okay. Insert, let's make ourselves a little table of a tic-tac-toe board, and we're going to make this a lot bigger. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to do a terms of trade absolute comparative advantage problem. A shorter one here. I have a full FRQ one that I've built out for later. Let's make a shorter one right now. Let's go with 2 countries that I can just think of. America, us, heck yeah, and Japan. That's easy enough. Big trade partners, big allies in the present day context of the world. That's going to bother me if that's not exactly the same. And let's say they produce 2 goods. Let's go with gasoline. And let's go with, I don't know, my brain can't work. Socks. I got nothing. My brain's all broken today. Okay. Let's say in a day, America can produce 100 gallons of gasoline or 200 pairs of socks. Let's say Japan can produce 50 things of gasoline or 125 things of socks. Those ratios are not the same, which is kind of what I'm going for here. Okay. So absolute advantage, comparative advantage in terms of trade. Absolute. I'm going to need to zoom this in so you guys can see better. Apologies. Here we go. That's way better. Okay. Absolute advantage is just who can make more using same resources. Always an important caveat there. So for absolute advantage for both of these goods, it'd be America. We can make the most in this fictional example that I made up with these numbers. We can make more gas. We can make more socks. We did it. We're winning. A thing that I made up. Still counts, though. That's a win. So America's got the absolute advantage in both of these things. Absolute advantage should require you to do very little work. You should just be able to look at the table and be like, who better? America? Lit. Very easy. Now, there are input and output problems, which you got to be kind of careful of. It's not big number good. It's who can make the most. So if this, instead of it saying gas and socks, it was like amount of labor hours required to make a unit of gas and a unit of socks. Technically, Japan then has the absolute advantage because it takes them less hours to make the same thing, so they can make the most of the things. Still requires you to do no math. It's just when it's the number of resources, lower number is good. When it's the number of things being made, higher number is good. So absolute advantage is who can make the most using the same resources. In this case, output. This is America. Comparative advantage. Who can make at a lower opportunity cost? That's the big one. So for this, what you've got to do is you have to figure out the opportunity cost of one of each of these things. So I need the opportunity cost of 1 unit of gasoline and of 1 sock for each country. If you want to try to solve for these without me or without my advice, feel free to pause the video here and then work through it and then unpause and come back. There are going to be breaks happening while I drink water, have to use the restroom, have to take my dog out for a walk at one point, whole bunch of stuff. So here's how you do this. I have to figure out for every 1 gas America makes, how many socks they could have made instead. That's what the opportunity cost is referring to. I can tell based off of these, like the ratio-wise, they're twice as productive when it comes to socks. So for every 1 gas they make, they could have made 2 socks. For every every 1 sock they make, they could have made 1/2 of a gas. These are the opportunity costs we're talking about here. If you're wondering how do I figure out these numbers, other goes over is how we figure this out. So I take the other column's number, the 200, goes over the 100, that gives me this 2. To find this 1/2, I did 100 goes over 200, gets me the 1/2. So it's the other column's number over this one, that is your opportunity cost. For these, other goes over 125 over 50. Oh God, I have to do, wait, no, I can do this. 5 over, I'm just gonna use my phone, I'm not gonna bother, my brain is hurting. 1.5 divided by 50. 2.5, why am I stupid? Okay, that's on me, I should have been able to figure that out. 2.5 and then 1 over 2.5, so 125 should be 0.4, yeah, it is. And 0.4 are these answers. So 125 over 50, 50 over 125, bang, bang. Cool. Comparative is who has the lower opportunity cost, so that would be America for gasoline, 2 is less than 2.5, and Japan for socks, 0.4 is less than 1/2 or 0.5. So it's who has the lower opportunity cost, depends on the good, USA for gas, Japan for socks in this fake exam. And then terms of trade. So terms of trade are referring to what would happen if these two were to specialize with each other and trade for the other thing. They specialize based off comparative advantage. So America would be the one making the gasoline, and Japan would be the one making the socks. That's what's going on in this situation. And they're trading with each other. America making gas, Japan making socks, and swapping good for good with each other. Here's a new term of trade. The really simple way to do it is, let me grab my little pen. Did I delete the pen? No, I didn't. I moved it over here. Here's the pen. The way to do it is very simple. All you are looking for are combinations in between the opportunity costs. So any trade where it's 1 gas for something between 2 and 2.5 would work. Any trade where it's 1 sock for anything between 0.5 and 0.4 would work. I'll use an example here. Let's say it's like 2.2. Doesn't have to be perfectly between the two, just anywhere in between the two. Here's why this is good for both. America, as we know, is the one making the gasoline, right? America is the one making the gasoline. So we know America used to give up 1 gasoline and get back 2 socks in their own country. Now they're sending 1 gas to Japan, and Japan's giving them 2.2 socks. So they're getting an extra 0.2 socks. So America is gaining plus 0.2 sock. That's not a 5, that's an S. Those look the same. Wow, okay. Plus 0.2 socks. Cool. Japan, you're like, well, Japan's getting less socks then. That's bad for them. Reminder, Japan's the one making the socks because they're specializing in those. Japan used to give up 2.5 socks for every 1 gasoline. Now they're giving up 2.2 socks for every 1 gasoline. Not only are they benefiting, they're benefiting by more than the United States, by 0.3 socks, basically. So the logic is, it just has to fall in between the opportunity costs. Here's the good news. Multiple choice questions, this is going to be really easy. Find your opportunity costs, pick the answer that falls between them, done. FRQ, it could be a little harder in terms of either they might give you a term of trade and ask who likes this term of trade, or who benefits, or how do they benefit from it. They might ask you to find a mutually beneficial one and explain how that's beneficial, in which case you kind of have to do like, okay, America is now getting more than before, Japan's now giving up less than before. What you always have to remember is you got to know who's making what to be able to explain how they're benefiting. Who's making what is how we can explain it. You then compare to the opportunity costs. The trade has to be better than the opportunity cost, but be mindful about which good each side is giving up for you to know how they're benefiting. That's the logic for terms of trade. So a term of trade that would work is anything between 2 and 2.5 socks, or between 0.4 and 0.5 gasoline, something in that range. So trade of like 1 gas for 2.2 socks, we said, or 1 sock for, let's go with 0.45 gas, because that's between 0.5 and 0.4, and that would work just fine. So there is terms of trade in a nutshell. Don't worry, I will end up doing another one of these in the FRQ practice that I've made up that is in FRQ format, so that's more of the way that you'd be worried about seeing it anyway, is in the FRQ section. Okay, back to the bigger camera. So I've just answered Macy and various questions. I already said hi to Haley. I've answered Ashmi, McKenna, Tristan's questions. Baron the Boston Terrier. Fantastic. It's Will. How does the ADAS graph affect other graphs? Incredible question. There's so many. How do you get 0.25 socks? Imagine it's tons of socks, so it's 0.25 tons of socks is how we would imagine that. But that's a great question, Jim. Don't worry about that for these. It's like the average U.S. family has 2.5 children. It's like, what's a half child? It's like, don't think about it. It's averages. It's fine. So the ADAS connections. Sure, let's use a whiteboard for this one. That might be the better way to do. Oh my God, there's so much random crap on my screen, and it's gone. Okay. So everything. ADAS connections. Okay. To be clear, this is the graph that has the most connections to the most other things, so don't be scared. I'm going to show a ton because I'm trying to think of everything I can think of, which is a lot, if we're being honest. So, ADAS connections to other graphs. So, first and foremost, the things that are on that graph are real GDP and price level. Those things affect other graphs. I'll give you some examples. We just talked about higher price level leads to a higher demand for money, which is on the money market. Because at higher prices, you would want to have more cash to buy things. So that affects that graph. And lower price level does the same thing. Higher real GDP means you also have higher income, because every dollar spent is a dollar earned, which also gives you higher demand for money. Those are the two things that affect demand for money are GDP and price level. So those both affect that graph relatively easily. Some examples there. So from a money market standpoint, it is the demand for money is affected by these things, and the supply of money can affect the ADAS graph because of interest rates. So this is the big one, frankly, for all of Unit 4's graphs. Money market, loan market, reserve market is change in interest rates leads to a change in investment, which is an aggregate demand shifter. Higher interest rates leads to less investment spending. Lower interest rates leads to higher investment spending. So any of the graphs where an interest rate is your y-axis, which is all of Unit 4's graphs, the money market where it's nominal, the loanable funds market, which is higher, which is real interest rate, and the reserve market where it's policy rate, all of those things going up would lead to less investment spending. All of those things going down would lead to more investment spending. So those affect aggregate demand. Let me think of other graphs. Forex. Net exports is an aggregate demand shifter. So anything that affects net exports on your Forex market, which your currency value, would be an example of how that would get affected. Currency appreciates, imports go up and exports go down, which affects aggregate demand. Phillips curve, the whole thing. I'm going to make this bigger because it's getting tiny on the screen for sure. There we go. Phillips curve, change AD, move along SRPC. I'll show that in a second. Change SRAS, shift SRPC. To be clear, ADAS has the most connections to the most things in the class, so don't get scared. It's the economy, so everything that happens to the economy can be shown on the ADAS graph. So every other graph, we could be like, ooh, we haven't done ADAS. Reminded that AD is just spending, and SRS is your ability to produce, and you won't get that scared by it, I promise. Other graphs worth mentioning with the fact, you can technically show a recession on the ADS graph, and you can technically show a recession on the PPC, but I'm not going to think of that as like separate things there. That's pretty much all of them. There's a bunch of things I can connect this to, but that would get very scary. Oshmi asked, I thought at higher prices you'd want to buy less. Is the zero-bound liquidity trap thing basically says that lower price level equals more demand for money? No. Lower price level, okay, so this is where it gets funky. Higher price level, it depends on what you view as, because if you look up the liquidity trap, the demand for money definition they use isn't always the same as the one from the graph. I hate that. Demand for money is the desire to keep your wealth in a spendable form. Again, it's the portion of the pie that is your wealth that is actual, like, spendable money. The larger that pie slice is, the more demand for money there is. The smaller that pie slice is, the less demand for money there is. If price level is higher, to buy the exact same things as you were buying before now takes more cash. So you'll have to dedicate a larger chunk of this pie chart to money to be able to buy the same things you were buying before. Do we want to buy less? Sure. That's not what demand for money is talking about, though. It's talking about how much of my pie chart of wealth do I need to be actual spendable money. And if prices are higher, I need a larger chunk to be the case. If prices are lower, I need less of it to be. I can invest in other things, other assets. The liquidity traps version of demand for money is like the desire to have money, period, not just in a spendable form, in which case lower prices become kind of insane. You don't have to worry too much about zero. The liquidity trap thing ain't going to really come up on the AP exam. That's more of like a why deflation is bad kind of thing. Can I go over the shifters of AS? Yes, I can. Do you need to know what microeconomics is in definition? No, you should not need to. Well, I guess they could ask like which of these is a topic in macro, in which case knowing micro stuff is helpful because you'll know that those don't count. Yeah, this is a good question, Jimzo. Micro, study of individual markets, individual goods. So like the supply and demand graph from earlier with the shortage is a micro thing. Because it's just talking about one specific market, not one that affects a bunch of other ones, just a specific good, in which case we're talking micro. So let's do, what was the question I was talking about? ADAS shifters. This is easy. AD shifters are four things. CIGXN. Consumption spending, investment spending, government spending, and foreign spending, aka net exports. Net exports, to be clear, is exports minus imports. So anything that affects spending is an aggregate demand effector. If it's consumers buying more stuff, more aggregate demand, because aggregate demand is just overall demand for everything in your economy. It does not matter who's doing the demanding, it just matters that it's stuff that's made within your country. So if consumers are buying more stuff that's made here, sick. If businesses are buying more stuff that's made here, that's investment spending, sick. If the government's buying more stuff, also sick. If foreigners are buying more of our stuff, meaning we're exporting more, also sick. We love all of that stuff. So aggregate demand is just spending. SRAS is your ability to produce things. This usually boils down to, people sometimes say like the factors of production, like land, labor, capital. Usually it is labor, capital, natural resources, that's land, and expected price level or expected inflation rate is like the weird kind of random one that happens with SRAS. More labor, you can produce more. Better capital, you can produce more. Cheaper resources, you can produce more. And expected price level is like, okay, if they think prices will be higher in the future, they'd scale back production now because they'd want to sell more in the future when the prices are higher. If they think prices will be lower in the future, they would supply more now to try to offload all that inventory prior to the prices dropping. That's the idea for expected price level. So SRAS, ability to produce, AD, spending. That's what it mostly boils down to. A reminder, this is a good word to be aware of. The word cost is almost always referring to a business perspective side of things. So usually if we're talking like cost, if you see the word cost of energy, cost of oil, cost of whatever, it's a supply problem. Because cost is what a business pays to buy a thing. Price is what the consumers pay for the good. Naviran asks, hey, Mr. McRitchie, what's the split of how much each unit appears in multiple choice? Multiple choice, it's not a guarantee, but traditionally, Unit 1 is only about 5 to 10%, smallest chunk. Unit 2 is somewhere between 15 to 20%. Unit 3 and 4 are like 20 to 30%. Unit 5 is also like 20-ish%, although Unit 5 is really a mix of Unit 3 and 4, so I wouldn't really treat it as different than that outside of knowing what the Phillips curve is. And Unit 6 is like also 15-ish%. Something like that. I will almost always say the priority should be review Unit 3 and 4 the most because the ADAS graph from Unit 3 and all of the interest ratey stuff from Unit 4 shows up in other units quite a bit, especially Units 5 and 6. Like Unit 5 and 6, if you don't know Units 3 and 4, Units 5 and 6 are really, 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 really hard, especially Unit 5. So I'd always prioritize Unit 3 and 4 in my studying. Unit 2 is pretty easy to study because it's really just definitions and formulas. There's no graph in Unit 2. So just know your definitions, know your formulas, move right along. From Unit 1, it's really just know the PPC, probably the easiest graph to deal with in our class. Know the basic supply and demand model a bit, and then know your terms of trade and how to solve for that. Those are like the biggest things in that unit. But Unit 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the biggest ones you want to focus on for sure. Making sure I'm not missing anything that's important to mention here. How do we know when to use constant or increasing opportunity cost? A PPC question. Sure. Okay, let's go bigger camera so I can draw it. So, one on an FRQ, the question might just tell you if it's constant or increasing opportunity cost, in which case, neat. That's great. The difference we're talking about here is how to draw your PPC. These are the two versions of a PPC you should be able to see. This is also called a Production Possibilities Frontier for anybody who's watching this and is in a different teacher's class and they call it the PPF, same thing. Constant opportunity cost, the curve is linear because your slope is constant. What you're giving up going from one good to the other on these axes is constant. The increasing opportunity cost is saying that your slope is getting steeper as you go, therefore you're giving up more and more of each good. The way you can tell if it's constant, the two goods have similar resources. So these are two goods that are pretty identical, or at least made with the same materials. I think in class I use like tacos and burritos, because if the materials used to make one burrito could have made like 2 or 3 tacos, according to Chipotle, then that shouldn't really ever change. It should always be like 1 for 3, 1 for 3, 1 for 3 ratio, so constant. Increasing opportunity cost means that your resources are very different. Sorry, right. I'm going to need to grab a coffee in a second. Increase, so you have different resources. These goods do not smoothly transition from one to the other. You have like a hard time pivoting from one good to the other because you're talking about things that are very different. The classical econ example, if you look up like a textbook with this, is guns and butter, which is pretty literal on the like, yeah, they're pretty different. So going from making butter to making a gun is not going to be like a smooth transition of resources. Like I don't think the cow is going to be very useful in the process of making a gun, but it's pretty necessary in the butter production. So it's not like a smooth transition where it's like constant stuff. So yeah, that's how you can tell if it's increasing or constant. Sometimes the FRQ will just say it's constant, even if the two goods don't use similar resources, which is upsetting. I think they just want your drawing to be easy, but I think they're making the drawing hard by saying that. I don't know. Alexa, nominal wages or real wages are sticky. Also, you should talk about the Fisher equation and those concepts. Yeah, sure. I think I already hit the Fisher equation with McKenna's question. The real equals nominal minus inflation thing. I was with McKenna's question earlier, so I did hit that. I can hit that again if I need to. Nominal or real wages? Nominal wages are sticky. Nominal means normal, means your paycheck. It means just how much you're literally getting paid is your nominal wage. That is sticky. Think of how often you get a pay raise. Not terribly often. It is slow to adjust. Real wages, it means adjusted for inflation. Because you're getting paid the same does not mean you're as wealthy as you were before. Because if you're getting paid the same, but prices rise, you're poorer now. Real wages have gone down. So real always means adjusted for inflation, which inflation could be happening and you could be getting poorer. Nominal is regular. Your regular wages are sticky in the short run because what you're getting paid stays the same generally. How you doing might change because the prices have changed. So it's a good question by Alexa. Will we go over all of the formulas? In some way, possibly, Tristan. It depends on the questions that pop up. We can go through a lot of them. For the most part, I'll say a lot of the Unit 2E ones are ones that are worth just sort of reviewing on your own, but I can pull up an FRQ or something if you want me to go over like GDP math or unemployment math. I can for sure do that. The multipliers are going to come up in some way, shape, or form, and we've just done the quantity theory of money and the Fisher equation, which are the two like rando equations from Unit 5 and 6 that aren't really going to show up in any other ways. It's really just the multipliers. We've done the bank balance sheet multiplier already. So spending and tax multiplier still to do, and then the unit 2 math we still have to do. Okay, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Feel free to keep typing questions in the chat to sort of like preempt me for the next thing. I'm going to go get myself an iced coffee. I have it here in the fridge. I just got to go prepare it. So give me about 3 minutes here, and I'll be right back. This is not offline. I'm just doing this real quick. I'm going to put the dog walk thing up because it's just funnier to put that image up. This is Archer. And unmute. There we go. And I'm back. Okay. Let's see what questions we got. I got Bryce popping in a question about the MPC and MPS. Bryce, it's a great question because we were just talking about how that's a thing that I probably should go over. So it's a good question. Let me find a question on AP Classroom that does that in a way that I think is useful. Because there are plenty of FRQs that do that to let me hit more than one thing. We can always go through one of those. So other questions while I look that up. Could you talk about velocity of money and monetary growth? Sorry, I missed already talking about it. Oh, I did talk about it, but I can do that. That's really fast. That's easy to explain. So I'll do that while I'm finding this question. Let's see. Sure, that'll work. It's a multiplier one. That's public access. Okay. The equation of exchange / quantity theory of money thing, money growth thing. Formula is M times V equals P times Y. This is the money supplied, M1, times the velocity of money, which is basically how frequently the money is being spent, like how many times does that single dollar bill like pass through the economy. Weird. Equals price level times real GDP. Be aware that this price level times real GDP is also nominal GDP, because they love to just say nominal GDP instead. It gets very confused when you look at the formula because it's not nominal, but these two things together is nominal GDP. So the logic of this is actually pretty simple. If I take how much money exists, say it's $1,000, times how frequently it's spent, say it's 3 times, then total spending, nominal GDP, would be $3,000. We have $1,000. It's spent 3 times, so $3,000 is being spent. Done. Like, that's the idea. The monetary growth thing is, in the long run, which there was an FRQ that was like this earlier, so feel free to go back to it if you want to take the full explanation of it. But in the long run, your real GDP tends to stay the same because you always get back to full employment, and your velocity of money is also pretty stable historically. So if we increase the money supply, all you're going to end up with is a much higher price level, which, I mean, I think you guys understand that if we just print a bunch of money that isn't good and it's just going to cause a lot of inflation, this is like a formula to back that up, that concept. So, okay, I found myself a multiplier problem, specifically a tax one, and then that expansionary fiscal policy thing, for sure, I'll get to that. That's a great question. I know exactly a question on AP Classroom that hits this perfectly. I keep making the text smaller and then bigger, and I am sorry. I should just make this screen bigger, but I'm tired enough to not want to figure that out. Okay. Make it a little easier to read. There it is. Okay. Assume that the MPC is 0.9. As a result of an increase in tax rates, the government collects an additional $20 million. What will be the impact on GDP? Okay, so this is a multiplier problem. The shortest way to know that is that there's MPC in here. If I'm being honest, like I see MPC, I'm like, here we go, multiplier stuff. I know it's a tax multiplier problem because the question talks about taxes. So I know that's happening. So here's the problem that I'm going to do. The formula that's at play for this is you take the change in taxes, which can be like the amount they're collecting off of taxes here if you're wondering, like what's that referred to, times your tax multiplier equals the change in GDP. So the other way I knew this was a multiplier problem was that it was talking about how this affects GDP, and it's talking numbers with GDP, so I know it's a GDP change. Some things I already know. So I know we're collecting additional taxes. The government is taxing more. So I already know something about the GDP change here, which is it shouldn't go up. It should go down. Because the more we tax, the less people can spend. My change in taxes, I know, is this 20 million from the question, because it's the amount of money that they are like increasing taxes by. So that's 20 million. Your tax multiplier is negative MPC, that's the 0.9, divided by the MPS, which is 0.1, because if your MPC is 0.9, meaning people are spending about 90% of what they're making, then they're saving about 10% of what they're making. So that is negative 9 for any of you guys that are not good at simplifying that fraction down. It's 20 million times negative 9 means that my GDP should drop by 180 million. D. Okay, so when you do a tax multiplier, be aware that your tax multiplier is different than your spending multiplier. It's negative MPC over MPS. Why it's negative is because higher taxes should lower GDP and lower taxes should raise GDP. So the sign's there to make this make more sense. That's the kind of logic of it. And then it's a tax problem, so I use the tax multiplier. 20 million is the change of taxes times negative 9, negative 180. It's kind of the math that I get there. I'll do a spending multiplier problem in a second. In what context would we see a question about the whole land, labor, rent, wages, capital, interest, entrepreneurship, profit thing? In what context? Let me find you the context. I'll pop off of AP Classroom real quick because some of these questions are secure, so I can't just browse with you guys looking at a teacher version of AP Classroom. I'm so sorry. Where is the stupidest part of this? Where do they have this? Is it under scarcity? It is under scarcity. What an annoying topic for this to be under. Okay, this is in a progress check, so this is fair play to show. This is a very stupid question. They don't do this a lot because it's frankly kind of stupid to do. Which of the following is an example of a factor of production? Is it a want, a bank, a bond, capital, or stock? Your factors of production are resources. So which of these is a resource? A want, not a resource. A bank is a business, not a resource. A bond is an asset, not a resource. Capital refer to things like tools, technology, machinery, people's knowledge and skills. Those are resources, and stock is a share of ownership. So the answer is just capital. In some cases, it is just kind of literally that simple. Occasionally, the word factor payment pops up, which is like when you're paying for one of these things, like capital, you're paying interest, labor, you're paying wages. You guys know that one. Land, you're paying rent. You also probably understand that one. So it would be in a vocab-specific problem in which case it's probably a multiple choice question and it's a one-off. I'll always say, don't ever get discouraged about a multiple choice question going wrong. There are 60 of those. Some of them, and this is worth mentioning with every AP exam, there's almost always a couple that are like test questions. And I mean that like they're testing the test. Like they are putting a couple questions in there to see what teachers are covering. So if you see a question where you're like, we have never covered this, what the absolute hell is this? Probably College Board asking a question to see what teachers are teaching. Those questions don't count towards your score. Those questions aren't factored in to your overall grade. They are like exempted from the test. They're just there to see like to what extent are teachers covering certain material. So if you see something that you're like, what the heck is, we've never even remotely covered whatever the hell that is, on a multiple choice question, that would be a question that is not going to get scored. On the FRQs, everything there is fair play, but on the multiple choices, there's usually a couple questions that are just sort of like randos that the College Board's trying to like see what teachers are covering. So if you see something weird, don't freak out. Rarely matters. And then these two. Hi, I have a question. When you do both expansionary and fiscal policy, is interest rate indeterminate or is it decreased? You'll learn the money market would hold the decreased interest rates tightly, so expansionary and fiscal would increase rates back up again. Fantastic question. This has to do with, let me find it. This is a Unit 5 concept. This is fiscal and monetary policy actions at the same time. Here we go. There's a multiple choice question that is built exactly like this. Yeah, let's use this one right here. It's readable? Yeah, it's readable. Assume the country of Alpha has a balanced budget. If the government and central bank implement expansionary fiscal and monetary policies, what will happen to the budget and the interest rate? Okay. So, budget part's pretty straightforward. Mostly because if they do an expansionary fiscal policy, like increasing government spending, I'll go over here, like increasing government spending or decreasing taxes, the government has to borrow. So it's going to move it towards a budget deficit. So I'm narrowed down to A and B here, okay? Because if the government's spending more, they're borrowing more, which is putting them into a deficit. Cool? The interest rates increase versus indeterminate versus decrease thing. So monetary policies. An expansionary monetary policy increases the money supply, which decreases interest rate. I should just draw the pi symbol, but people don't realize that's interest rate. So your expansionary monetary policy gets you a lower interest rate. So why is that not an option here? Well, here's what happens. When you do this expansionary fiscal policy, you increase government spending and therefore increase borrowing. Time to bring up a word that I told you people will ask about in this live stream, crowding out. When you do an expansionary fiscal policy, crowding out starts to happen, which is when the government is going to have to borrow more money. And in doing so, by borrowing more, they're putting upward pressure on interest rates because they're taking money that could have been lent to us for themselves. They're crowding us out of the loan market. Technically, this is like an increase in the demand for loans is how I teach it, but decrease in supply of loans is also accurate. So what's happening is we get a higher and a lower interest rate, which makes it indeterminate. The answer is B. Why is higher and lower equal indeterminate is because we don't know how much the interest rates are being changed by. In real life, traditionally, the monetary policy is going to be a little more impactful just because crowding out is like a side effect, not like the actual direct impact. But we don't know the numbers here. So say the monetary policy lowers interest rates by 2%, and the fiscal policy raises interest rates by 1%, then you're going to get 1% lower interest rate. If the interest rate goes down by 1, but up by 2, it'd go up by 1. If they go up and down by the same amount, then they cancel. That's why it's indeterminate, is because if we have things that are in conflict with each other, like GDP should go up here and then back down, what happens to it? You don't know. Because we don't know how much they're moving by. None of these are giving us numbers. So we can't tell for sure what's going on here. So you've got to always be careful for that. So remember, when you do an expansionary fiscal policy, crowding out is going to happen. So you get this higher interest rate. When you do expansionary monetary policies, you get lower interest rates. It's the biggest difference in impact of the two policies is the interest rate change. Because they're supposed to do the same thing. They're supposed to both change aggregate demand, but the fiscal does a weird thing because of crowding out. Should you worry about the reserve market graph? Yes, you should. Thankfully, there's only like 1 or 2 things that can actually happen with the reserve market graph, so you don't have to study it too hard. You just have to know how to draw it and what the one shift really is, and you're kind of good. I'll walk through that in a second, Silver Knight. Alexa, please talk about how to tell price, quantities, and determine. So whatever's in conflict. Like if on a supply and demand graph, if we get higher supply and lower demand, higher supply would increase the quantity. Lower demand would decrease the quantity. So I don't know what happens to the quantity. It's whichever thing's in conflict. If you've got one thing up, one thing down, that is now indeterminate because we don't know how much they change by. Indeterminate just means you cannot determine it, meaning we don't know for sure. CPI market basket problems for sure. Let's do the reserve market question first, and then we'll do that CPI problem from Ashmi. Okay, reserve market. I need the whiteboard for this. There's no way to do it without the whiteboard. I think I just have to draw this bad boy. Okay. The reserve market. Okay, this is the newest graph on the AP Macro exam. Last year they had it on every version of the exam's FRQ, which is very odd, but not surprising because it was the first year it actually was able to get asked about. So they wanted to make sure we as teachers were covering it sufficiently, which is probably fair. Okay. So here's our reserve market graph. It looks like a nightmare because there's this weird, terrifying demand curve that looks like a crazy zigzag. You've got a supply curve making like a weird T-pose with the demand curve down there, and that's upsetting for a number of reasons. Quantity of reserves is your x-axis, is the amount of money that is being stored at the Fed by banks. The policy rate is the y-axis. If you see target rate or federal funds rate here, that is the same thing. The policy rate is just the interest rate that banks charge each other for a loan. Like Wells Fargo to Chase, Chase to Bank of America to Covia, which is an old bank, a whole bunch of stuff like that. So when I say this graph is easy, it's not because of this part. The setup is a nightmare because you have to draw this, which sucks. To remember this, I was doing this in class earlier because it's very stupid. An R, when you write it, has this weird squiggly thing. This is a weird squiggly thing. That's about as close as I can get to giving you a reason as to why to draw that, or how to remember that. So this is your reserve market graph. Here's the only shift that happens here. So where this supply curve is right now is to show that this economy has ample reserves. Ample meaning a hell of a lot. Supply is very far to the right. It's on the lower horizontal portion here. The only shift that'll happen is if you change the administered interest rates, the discount rate and the IORB rate, because those are these dotted lines here. This upper one is the discount rate, this lower one is the IORB rate. You won't have to label that on your AP exam, but the logic is the policy rate is the bank-to-bank loan, right? The discount rate is the Fed-to-bank loan. So banks really can't charge each other more than that. Say the discount rate's 5%. If a bank tried to charge 6% for a loan to another bank, the other bank would just go to the Fed instead because it's cheaper. So they can't really charge more than the discount rate. The IORB rate is the rate banks are paid for storing money at the Fed. So if the IORB rate is 2%, they wouldn't ever lend at less than 2% because they would rather just store at the thing. Ooh, Parker, I like that. Reserve has a Z sound and the graph looks like a Z. Yeah, reserve, zigzag. Yeah, that works for me too, Parker. I like that too. I'll use that. It's fantastic. Okay. Yeah, that Z, that's a good idea. It's a weird Z, but the R part wasn't very good either, so I can't really critique it. So the only shift that happens is if you change those rates, the discount and the IORB, and it works very straightforward. If we lower it, we lower it. This demand curve is drawn at those rates, so if I were to drop those rates, I would simply slide this demand curve down like that. There's a lower IORB and a lower discount rate. My policy rate goes down. If I raise it, I raise it. How to know when to do that? If you're in a recession, you want to lower interest rates, so you would do this to fix the economy. If you're in an inflationary period, you want to raise interest rates, so you would raise it up. It's pretty straightforward. So shift-wise, there's just two shifts. The demand curve either slides down or slides up the graph. And it's based off the administered interest rates. So in terms of amount of shifters, it has the fewest. In terms of how crazy the concept is, it's probably the hardest in terms of graphs, but in terms of actual shifts, it's pretty straightforward. You have to put like a big thinking cap on to understand this graph, but the shift part is pretty easy. So know that it's the reserve market, so it looks like a weird Z. That's your demand curve. It looks like a weird Z. The supply curve is vertical. quantity of reserves, policy rate. Only one shift, administer interest rates. Relatively straightforward. There is, I don't know if my FRQ has the reserve market on it. I know Jacob Clifford thought there might be a reserve market again this year, in which case I'll throw a version of that into one of my FRQs, just sort of subbing out another graph, but reserve market certainly in play. 50-50 shot is exactly right, Tristan. It's either going to slide up or slide down, so as long as you know how to set up the graph, worst case scenario is it's a freaking coin flip, which ain't that bad because you already got the first point for just setting up the graph right. The second point is sliding them down. So you really want to know if it's in a recession or inflation? Yes, it's exactly right. All you really need to know is if it's in a recession or an inflationary period so you know what to do to the graph. That's it. If it has limited reserves, technically the supply curve wouldn't be all the way down there. It would be where like the diagonal demand curve part is, but I haven't seen them ever do that on anything, so I can't imagine they would do that. Could they ask how to make it go from limited to ample reserves? In real life, we don't really know, other than bailing out the entire U.S. banking system. So graph-wise, it would be you'd move the supply curve, just to show you like this. If the supply curve is here, that's limited. If the supply curve is there, it's ample. So you would technically do this to show it going from limited to ample. I don't know, like, they've never done anything like that. None of the practice videos mention that. Not a single practice question on AP Classroom mentions that. All of the practice questions just have that demand curve sliding up and down. We haven't seen anything other than that. So I feel like if they did anything other than that, we would all, as teachers, be pretty pissed. So, and we would let them know about it very, very, very quickly. Can I go over relationships between deflation and interest rates? Technically, that's the Fisher equation again, where if inflation went down, your real interest rate would go up. Because higher inflation makes the real interest rate go down. Less inflation or deflation would make the interest rate go up. So it's still the Fisher equation there, technically speaking. Was there something else? Oh, the CPI thing from Astronomy. I'll do the advice real quick from what Alexa and Adam are saying. It probably won't feel as easy as Gov. Don't feel bad about that. Historically, Gov has a lower pass rate than Econ does on our campus. Not just because of teachers, but because of like, and Ms. Davis, to be clear, had like the highest we've ever had. Prior to her, it was a little messier. But the Gov exam almost always feels very easy for students because you have more passing familiarity with Gov, and it's a very vocab-heavy test, so as long as you've heard the vocab term before, your brain can make a lot of connections fairly easily. Econ requires you to think a lot, which makes you doubt yourself a lot. So, like, while kids will feel better about Gov and like last year I had kids walking up being like, I just died on the AP Econ exam, we still cleared the national pass rate by like 20%. So I would not gauge it on feeling. You guys felt awesome about the Gov exam. That doesn't always mean a good thing, because AP College Board doesn't like their pass rates changing significantly. Not consistently anyway. They don't want it to be like constantly like spiking. They like to keep it pretty constant. So if everyone scores better on the AP exam, what that means is the curve is less. They just curve the AP exam less, so they have similar pass rates. So I wouldn't be necessarily rooting for it to feel very easy. I would root for it to feel as hard as our tests in class felt, which for a lot of you guys were hard. But that's a good sign. I would rather it feel difficult and you still end up getting a 4 than it felt very easy and you got a 2. I'd feel kind of terrible about that. I did see your guys' Gov FRQs. I went over them with like 7th and 8th period today. They were not very bad. For those of you that were in 5th period, I did misread the first FRQ. It was filibuster for Gov, for sure. I will go over the CPI question. Let me grab a CPI question while I'm thinking of the next question to answer here. What is the most important one thing to study for tomorrow? If only it were that simple. The graphs, plural, all 7 or 8 of them, depending on how you want to frame it. The graphs are the most important thing. If you're making me have to pick one thing, the ADAS graph and everything that affects it. There is a practice test in AP Classroom, right? Yes, there is. The practice test on AP Classroom, there's a full practice exam, as well as progress checks that are shorter. The practice exam is a pretty good bet to try to test everything out. What was I doing? Gov was so easy, felt confident, was probably most important. All right, okay, I've answered this. Alexa's happy about this, that's good. Oh, I didn't even read what Callie called me, Jesus, okay. What was I looking at? Oh, CPI question. Good. Price indices and inflation is the topic. Oh, sweet lord. Well, actually, let's see if there's an FRQ that involves this that isn't a nightmare. They usually are a nightmare, but let's find out. Can I find one that doesn't suck? Oh no, I can't, because it's the same thing where there's just like 50 of the same FRQ because these were all from the pandemic year. Multiple choice question it is. If I don't have access to AP class, do you have any other recommendations for practice tests? Give me 1 second. I believe, yeah, College Board's website has one in PDF form that's fully accessible. I think the key is attached to it at the end. It's a huge PDF because it's literally the paper copy of the multiple choice section kids were given, as well as the FRQs. I'm scrolling right now to see if the rubric is attached. That way you would be able to score yourself on it. Yes, it is. So if you literally Google AP Macro Practice Exam, one of the first links is the 2012 AP Macro Exam, which is now a practice exam that College Board has fully published on their website. So you don't have access to AP Classroom to access this. It is just a fully openable PDF and should be accessible for you as well. I think Khan Academy usually also has one. Note, yeah, that one also works. Let me think. Oh, yes, sorry. ADD. Let's grab this CPI question. I'm trying to make sure I find one where you're actually calculating the CPI. This one. Have I done this one? I think I did this one like 7-8 years ago on a question. Let me confirm that I can properly do this. Price to market basket over price to market basket base year. Yeah, this will be solvable. Okay, this will work. Okay. This is for Ashmi, a question over CPI. So, this is from 93 to 94. I bet you money this happened in like the 96 AP Macro exam, which means this question was asked on an AP exam when I was 2 years old. I'm currently 31 years old. The macro exam has remained not changed for a very long time outside of adding the reserve market a few years ago. So, we've got a weird-looking question. They mentioned food, clothing, and shelter in quantities of units, which feels very stupid. But it has the 1993 per unit price and the 1994 per unit price of each of these things. It says the consumer typically buys the following quantities of these three commodities. What can be concluded about the CPI for this individual from 93 to 94? So CPI is the price of the market basket over the price of the market basket in the base year. So P MB over P MB BY times 100. This is your CPI formula. You take the price of the market basket, you divide by the price of the market basket in the base year times 100. So what I got to do is I got to figure out the price of all of this in each of these 2 years. So here's what I'm going to do. The base year is 93. It's going to be on the bottom of this equation. In 93, I know we sold 5 at $6 per, so 5 times 6 is 30. I know we sold 2 at 7, that's 14, and 3 at 12, that's 36. So 30 plus 14 plus 36 should be 80. Let me rewrite that so I can see it. 30, 14, 36. So I'm basically telling this is the bottom of the equation, the price of the market basket in the base year. So I'm doing 30, which is the price of the food, 14, which is the price of the clothing, and 12 times 3, so 36, which is the cost of the shelter. This will add up to be 80. In 1994, the price of the food is 5 times 5, so that's 25, plus 18, plus 3 times 19, 57, 47, 57, ends in a 7. I'm just going to assume it's 57. Yeah. So 57 plus 18 plus 25. Oh my god. It's 100? Yeah, it's 100. So it'd be 100 over 80 times 100, and 100 over 80 times 100 should be 25%. Am I crazy? Let me confirm that with my phone. Oh my god, text messages are blowing up. 100 divided by 80, yeah, 125, so 25%. Bingo! So it'd be 25% is the increase. I end up getting 100 over 80 for the prices of these market baskets. So I find the total cost of buying 5 food, 2 clothing, 3 shelter in these years, and I divide them, and I figure it out. Now, there's also a way to do this. Now, this question didn't have like answer choices that were super conducive to this. Like it had some complicated ones, but here's what I would do. Your CPI is a measure of inflation, right? So your first question is, did inflation happen between these years? So here's what I'm looking at. I know food got cheaper by a little bit. I know clothing got more expensive by a little more. And I know shelter got a lot more expensive. So I'd assume overall there is inflation, which means A, B, C wrong. That gets me down to D or E. You would have had to probably do the math to figure out which one of these it actually is. But getting it down to D or E has now made this, as opposed to a 20% chance of you getting it right, to getting it to a 50% chance of you getting it right if you had to just purely blind guess. So that's still very helpful here. Okay. Let me look. Yeah, there's full link box on the website as well. I know Jacob Clifford has on his practice exam website, they have like an AP exam simulator, which I haven't gotten to test it because I think it's technically either it's paywalled or something like that. So if you got money to burn or a parent that you can trick really fast, or your parents' credit card for when you bought those Fortnite skins, like when you were 10 years old or whatever, go for it. For the other exams, we only have 4 answer choices. Did they change the econ as well? No. Econ's got 5. Gov has 4. I wish we had 4. That would give you a better percentage chance of getting it right. It's still 5 for us, Alexa. I'm sorry. Okay, were there other ones that are worth mentioning? But no one's asked a question that I haven't answered in a minute. You guys are doing a good job of being very patient. Most years I have just complete insanity in my chat. Now maybe I'm only seeing the good questions, but if the quantities per year are different, do we multiply base year quantities or actual year's quantities? It would have, for a CPI question, they would have to tell you which year's quantities to use. If it's real GDP, it's always the base year's. It's base year's price times current quantity. But for CPI, they have to clarify that. I think there was an FRQ we had where it said the market basket is comprised of the quantities in year 1, in which case you're using year 1's quantities in that sort of situation. That's a good question, Ashmi. Yeah, there was an FRQ we had on our Unit 2 practice, FRQ practice, I want to say, where it was like that, where it's phrased, and I can find that exact question. Is the exam half? Oh, great question, Doug, because this is a misnomer, because it is a difference from AP Government. Doug's asked, is the exam half MC multiple choice and half FRQ in terms of your grade, like in Government? It is not. So in Government, 50% of your grades multiple choice, 50% of your FRQs, and each of the 4 FRQs is weighted the same. So each of the 4 FRQs is worth 12.5% of your overall grade. Means the first FRQ, the concept application, the second FRQ, the data chart with the about environmental protection and like climate change stuff, the third FRQ, which is the core case comparison, and the fourth FRQ, which is the essay. Those are all worth the same percentage, and it's half of your overall score. For econ, it's 66% multiple choice and 33% FRQ. So 2/3 of your score come from the multiple choice, 1/3 comes from your FRQ. So those of you guys very scared of the FRQs and having to draw these graphs and being like put on the spot, it's less of a big deal than you might think. Technically speaking, don't do this. But technically speaking, you could miss every point of the FRQs and still get a 3 on the AP exam for econ if you got almost all of the multiple choice questions right. You'd have to get about a little closer to 60% of the multiple choice questions right to get a 3 guaranteed. So you'd have to get like probably 52, 53 out of 60 right for that to work out. So in GDP, you use base year price, CPI, you use coins base year. Be careful with that. No. GDP for base year, yes. Like price base year is right for real GDP. The CPI one, it was this one specific question that said that, and I have the FRQ right here. This one right here is the FRQ she's talking about. It says, oh no, this is the one right after that. Is this the one? No, where did I grab this one from? Where did this guy come from? Where's this question? One second. Thought it was on this FRQ practice. I think I picked the wrong FRQ practice for this. Or did I grab an easier one? But yeah, there's an FRQ that's just like this in terms of what she is asking. I can find this exact FRQ. I thought it was on that FRQ. Where did I put it? Is it? Oh, it might be on my actual practice. A nightmare. We might be fine then. You might be. I mean, the FRQs, I want to be getting a lot of the points on because a lot of those points are kind of easy. One, some of them are multiple choice where it's like, will the following increase or decrease, in which case that is a 50% chance of you getting it right. So I would want that to be a thing that I'm worried about. Oh, it was a multiple choice question from the practice test. That's what it was. It wasn't an FRQ. That's the question I'm looking for. It was from a practice test, and for some reason it was a multiple choice question, which sucks because it took forever to solve. I hated that question. So I saw it and I was like, why would they make them do this? We didn't put it on our actual test because that would have been too funny to do. By funny, I mean cruel. Here it is. Wait. No, that's nominal GDP. Oh, no, that's not. Where the hell did this question go? Did College Board get rid of this question because it was mean? Super Saturday has it as well, yes. So I can always just grab it off of there. Thanks for the heads up. Let me find that PowerPoint. There it is. The Fruitland one. Yeah, I see it. There it is. Thanks for the heads up that it is in there. I appreciate it, Ashmi. With everything. Here we go. So, yeah, obviously when I copy-pasted this over from AP Classroom, it did a weird thing with the real GDP being duplicated every single time. Do I know why that happened? I do not know why that happened. Okay, so it's this guy. All right. So specifically, she's referring to part D. Assume the market basket is composed of the quantities in year one. This question had to say this because this is not inherently how you figure out CPI, because in real world, the CPI is not based off of two goods. It's based off of a market basket which has over 8,000 different goods in it, so there's no reason to do this. But on a question where it's trying to get you to actually calculate CPI, they've got to give you a way to calculate it. So in this question, they gave it to you like this. You have to just take the question literally. If the question tells you to use the quantities from year one, so 15 apples and 4 oranges, that's your market basket. It's 15 apples, 4 oranges. That is the market basket. Done. That's all you got to know. I got to figure out the price of buying 15 apples and 4 oranges in each year based off these prices. But it's just 15 apples, 4 oranges is my market basket. So it's always worth a question of asking. But for CPI, it's not a guarantee. It's a thing that you actually just have to be going over. Yeah, I know you hated Ashmi. Everybody hates that question. I always have to do that one on the board when kids start working through it because it's gross and confusing. The wages thing, both Rashad and Rovisha are asking about the wages thing. So, let me drink some more tea. Not tea, coffee. And now some water. Okay, wages. Nominal wages, your paycheck, sticky in the short run. Slow to adjust, doesn't really change. That's why the SRAS is upward sloping. Real wages can change because price level can change in the short run. Think your ADAS graph. You can have AD increase. That increases the price level. That's possible. So price level can change, which would affect your real wages because real wages is not how much you're getting paid. It's your spending power and how much stuff can you buy. Your nominal wages stay the same. Your paycheck stays the same. But if prices go down, I can buy more stuff. So my real wages will go up. My spending power is greater. If prices go up, my real wages have fallen because my spending power is lowered. And then I know Ravija asked about sticky wages in the short run versus fixed wages in the long run. Wages are not fixed in the long run, unless a question were to say that, which it could just to be like brain teasering you of like, if wages were fixed in the long run, it's like, well, then my supply curve would look like the SRAS, because the SRAS is drawn based off of wages being fixed. The LRAS is based off of wages being flexible. They can be anything. The price can be anything. It doesn't change any GDP. So your wages should be sticky in the short run and should be flexible in the long run. If a question's doing something weird, it's to try to see if you can realize that if they're sticky, upward sloping supply curve, if they're flexible, a vertical supply curve. 100 men versus one gorilla. I've already said one gorilla because I don't know. I need to know more about the men in this context. Is it just average dudes? Is it average American dudes? Is it average like Dutch dudes? They're taller. Like I need to know more of that. Also, they're organized. Are they ex-military? Are they just rando dudes? Are they like my students? Those kids are nerds. They can't fight a gorilla. Like, you know, they look like me. I probably can't fight a gorilla. I don't have the body mass to do that. Also, can you explain the shifters of the Unit 4 graphs, like the demand shifters of money market and loan market? Loan market did already. You can find that going back in the video. But really, the loan market's demand stuff is just borrowing behavior. More borrowing equals more demand. Less borrowing equals less demand. Could be consumers borrowing, businesses borrowing, or government borrowing. It doesn't matter who. For the demand for money, it's really three things: income, price level, and specific technology, although that one probably not going to show up on the AP exam because I've asked them and they kind of said no, they weren't going to do that because there's no way they could do it without using ancient examples. Higher price level, higher demand for money, higher income, higher demand for money, etc. 100 AP graders would do terribly versus a gorilla. I've been in the room. I'm like the youngest person in that room, and I'm 31 years old, so it's probably not going to go great. We've worked about limited and ample reserves. We have. I can always talk about it more. Limited just means there's a limited amount of money. Ample means there's a whole bunch amount of money. Changes which monetary policies are effective. If it's limited reserves, every monetary policy works. If it's ample reserves, only the administering interest rates work as your monetary policy. Can I go over velocity of money? That's just frequency of money being spent. M times B equals P times Y is the equation there. Can we go over the Mad Libs? We can. That's a good question. Just let's do that in a second. 100 men will overpower a gorilla. Come on. Guys, I always hate to bring this up. Like, most people die in stampedes of people, like in crowded places. So you guys trying to like climb over each other to like dogpile the gorilla is going to get most of you killed, and probably not the gorilla because it's hard to get on top of one that isn't like willing for you to get on top of it. Will you be able to keep your scratch paper? Very good question, Katie. The answer is yes. The FRQ is on paper, but I proctored the biology exam, which had a hybrid model like our exam does, and you get to keep your scratch paper from multiple choice to pre-response. So whatever scratch paper you have should not be collected until the end of the AP exam, because it doesn't specify that it has to be collected until the end of the AP exam. So whatever scratch paper you have for multiple choice, you get to use on the FRQ. So it's a good note-taking tool while you're taking the multiple choice portion to be like, oh, sure. That'll be helpful. AP grades would all live and tell their students about it. That'd be fun. Would all live? They would not all live. I've seen there some really old people in there, Adam. They would not do very well in that fight. Good luck, macro students. I should probably unsubscribe since I graduated 2 years ago. You probably should, but thanks for the subscription anyway, man. You only need to have one survivor. I know. I don't think it'll be any. This is a personal opinion, though. It's also a very stupid hypothetical. We are never testing this. Don't let Mr. Beast try to practice doing this in real life for like $1 billion or whatever. Those videos are crazy. Okay, let's do the Mad Libs. It's a great question by Tristan. By known YouTube celebrity Tristan. Okay, the Mad Libs. What Tristan's referring to is the long run self-adjustment. I'll actually use the digital whiteboard thing for this. So this has to do with the wages thing that we were talking about earlier. So, let's erase all of this. Okay. The long run self-adjustment. Okay, so the long run self-adjustment, basically if a question asks in the long run, what will happen? It's this process. In the long run, the way this works is wages can and will change like step one of the logic of what's going to happen here. Step two is changing wages affects input costs and therefore affects SRAS. And three, what was the third thing? Oh, the economy must self-correct in the long run, which just means you got to get back to full employment, is kind of how this always works. So the in the long run explanation that I use with my students, for any of you guys that are not in my class that are watching this video, which happens usually every year, we'll have a few kids that are just popping in here to just panic study, which respect. How I phrase it is, it's kind of like a Mad Libs, like a fill in the blank situation of when you're answering one of these questions, it's like, in the long run, firms will blank wages, blank workers, blank their ability to produce. Why can't I type? SRAS, returning the economy to full employment. Bang. So, let's give you an example. Let's say you've got an economy that is in a recession. So I'm going to draw an ADAS graph that is in a recession here, to sort of graphically illustrate the Mad Libs in practice and to walk you through the explanation. What's up, Archer? Oh, he's just hanging out. He's having a grand old time. Don't know if he knows what's going on, but... So, we've got ourselves this ADAS graph that's in a recession. Okay, it's below full employment. In case you don't know why, it's because your current output, YE, is less than your full employment output, which is where LRAS is. Remember, the LRAS represents your ideal level of production. What this graph right now is telling me is that we, right here, is below, less X value-wise than where it should be. Okay? Now, the question asks what happens in the long run. Great. In the long run, we know that we need wages to change. Got it. We know that it's going to change SRAS. Got it. And we know it's got to self-correct, meaning it has to get back to long-run equilibrium. Long-run equilibrium is a spot where all three of these lines intersect. So some shift has to happen here that gets all three lines to intersect. I mentioned it's an SRAS shift. So I know what's going to happen on the graph more than I know how to explain it, if you're wondering. It's usually easier to get the graph point here because what's going to happen is this supply curve, the SRAS, is going to shift to the right to get back to full employment. Okay? You have to get back to full employment. We're going to change wages to do so. Changing wages affects SRAS because it's an input cost. So here's the logic. I'm in a recession. I know what the big problem is in a recession. The big problem in a recession is unemployment. Okay? I know that's the big issue because it's like low GDP equals high unemployment. When people get scared of recessions, it's because of the unemployment. So I know to fix it, we want to be hiring people. I know if we hire people, that'll increase their ability to produce. And I know in order to hire people, I would need to lower wages to be able to do so. Remember that wages are the cost of labor. Higher cost, less production. Lower cost, more production. So in the long run, firms would lower wages, hire more workers, increase their ability to produce. Now, are you required to write this exactly to get the point? No. This is just a way I've found that works for basically every question, so that's why I like doing it. What you need to have is the wage change and some sort of way to explain how that wage change affects supply. I go with lowering wages so they can hire more people because that makes sense. If you went with like lowering wages so they could buy more capital or afford more resources, that would also work. I tend to go with the workers thing because a lot of questions will ask about unemployment, and this just sort of solves that by writing it like this. So I like to do it that way because of the unemployment questions that traditionally will follow or be a part of or could be a part of one of these questions. That is the Mad Libs that Tristan is referring to. It is this fill-in-the-blank method of explaining the long-run self-adjustment. So if a question ever asks, in the long run, this is what you should know, is this right here. Wages can change. These are nominal wages, to be clear. Technically, real wages are also changing, but we're changing nominal wages on purpose. Changing wages affects input cost. The economy must self-correct. Those are the steps. Is the Mad Libs enough writing for an explain question, or is it just a good direction for thinking? I like that question, Alexa. It is sufficient explanation because you are saying what happens, how it affects the economy. Like, that's the big thing there. So it is sufficient to explain the long run thing. So that's a good question. So don't do the stupid I'm so hungry I could eat some random person from your life memes. It's very dumb. Balance payments accounts, and Matt asks basically for just all of Unit 6 in one question, which, fantastic question, Matt. I'll get to both of those at the same time. How should we answer explain questions that are like, how does lowering administration rates affect investment spending? Sure, it's a great question for explanations and stuff like that. Okay, for explanations in general, it doesn't need to go crazy. We don't need you to give me a full paragraph. In fact, I would highly discourage you from writing probably anything more than like 3 to 4 lines of text on an explanation, because you'll probably write yourself out of a point more than write yourself into a point. That isn't a guarantee rule, but that is traditionally my process as a grader. So for administration rates affecting investment spending, I would go with say those interest rates are rising. If interest rates rise, loans become more expensive, or it becomes more expensive to borrow. Therefore, businesses borrow and spend less. Or you could say, because interest rates, due to the higher cost of borrowing now, there is less borrowing and spending. Or you could say, due to the higher interest rates, because Doug asked about the saving thing earlier, people might want to save more money and therefore spend less. You just got to explain, how does higher interest rates hurt spending? You can't just say because they're inversely related. They are, but you have to explain how, which could be because of less borrowing or more saving, and either of those is fine. What else is worth mentioning? I'll get back to the Forex thing. What is a command economy? A communist country, basically. A country where the government dictates what the businesses do directly. A free market economy, the businesses are allowed to operate freely and run themselves. So America does have a mix of both, like the U.S. Postal Service is a business that is run by the government, functionally speaking. There's a bunch of other ones. I work in a public school, so technically I work in a business run by the government in some capacity. Technically the school district's a little more localized than that, but still kind of a government thing. So command economy is just the government is controlling businesses. Doesn't show up very much in our exam. They used to do more like macro theory of like different styles of government and stuff. They've really moved away from that. I don't know why. I kind of like teaching that stuff because I find it interesting to explain how different countries' economies work, but they don't really hit that in the AP exam for econ anymore. I'll come back to the balance payments accounts and Forex stuff, don't worry. How much of M1, M2, and M3 do I have to know? You don't need to know M3. You barely need to know M2. M1, for sure, because he's got to know what's in the money supply, and M1 is the money supply, cash, deposits, savings, but you don't need to know M2, it's good to know because you'll know what things aren't in M1. It's just nice to know that. Usually it's like higher yield savings accounts, time-based deposits, things that are a little harder to get your money out of, but are closest to bank accounts. Certificates of deposit, which are like a time-based deposit. You can only access it after a certain amount of time. Can you explain investment and investment spending? Yes, they're different. Foreign investment versus investment spending. If you just see the word investment, you should assume that they mean investment spending. If they're talking about international trade and you see like foreign countries, capital flows, that's probably talking about foreign investment. So they're different things. It's very confusing. Everybody hates that they're using the same word here. Investment spending is spending by businesses to improve their production, typically in the form of capital. That type of investment is inversely related with interest rates because it's a type of spending. Higher interest rates, harder to spend. Lower interest rates, easier to spend. That's the logic of it. For foreign investment, that does work differently, mostly because interest rates are both the price of borrowing and the return on certain investments like saving accounts and bonds. And internationally, you don't borrow money from other countries. So I only have to think of it from the return on investment side of things. I don't have to think of it as a borrowing thing. I only have to think of it as a possible money-making thing, like by buying a bond or by putting my money in like a bank account. So say I'm in America and Canada's interest rates are a little higher than ours, which can happen. Maybe they're going into an inflationary period and they do contractionary stuff, and their interest rates start to get higher. I might want to buy a Canadian bond instead of buying an American bond, because when you buy a bond, you start getting paid interest. You're the lender there. So I would want to buy the foreign bond, which means money would flow from America to Canada, there'd be greater demand for the Canadian dollar, all of those kinds of things. So when it comes to interest rates internationally, they attract foreign investment the higher the interest rate is. Domestically, within your country, higher interest rates hurts investment spending. Do I wish they'd just pick different names for this? Yes, I do wish they would. Tired of having to explain that. It's not your guys' fault. It's just intentionally confusing. Okay, I'm going to go back to the balance of payments, accounts, and Forex market after I answer Alshmi's question really fast. Do you have to know the shifters for the supply and demand graph, like taste and preferences, substitute goods, those kinds of things? Do you have to know them? No. You haven't taken the class, or you're just studying now, or you cooked chat? Probably, man. That's probably, you're probably in a dicey spot. You can, watch all of Jacob Clifford's videos. You're probably in a good, you can be maybe okay, but it's not going to go great. The graphs mostly where you're going to have to study if you've never taken the class before, because the FRQs, you're going to have to draw them, and you're not going to have a shot at it if you haven't looked at them before. What was the thing I was answering about? Oh, the supply and demand shifters. Do you have to have them all memorized? No. Do you have to be able to tell in a supply and demand question if it'd be supply or demand? Yes. And in which case, knowing the shifters is nice and saves you some time. But if you can always focus on, is this a consumer or producer problem, then it's mostly fine. And Ashmi, I wouldn't prioritize that heavily. Like, I'd have it on a flashcard and go through them kind of quick. But the supply and demand graph, like regular, not aggregate, is not going to be very many questions. It would be like 1 or 2 multiple choice questions, not 1,000. So I wouldn't be spending a ton of energy on it. I'd maybe spend 5, 10, 15 minutes maybe reviewing it. If you go through the Unit 1 practice test or progress check or something like that, there'll be a supply and demand question on there where you could like review it on yourself, and then it would make some sense. Okay, balance of payments accounts, Forex market, all that stuff will be reviewed definitely when we do the FRQ predictions here in about 40 minutes, because it's almost 8 o'clock. Wow, we've been doing this for almost 2 hours and 10 minutes. Hot dang. Okay. Balance payments accounts with everything. Here we go. So the balance payments accounts is made up of 2 accounts. The current, oh boy, I don't know who this is. It's okay, I can fix this really fast. And block. Done. If anybody ends up just spamming the chat with anything stupid, I can just block them from the chat, so that's fine and not an issue. So the current account. Tristan, I'm not making you mod for a variety of reasons. It's not because I don't trust you, it's I don't want to give any individual student that kind of power. You'd probably just like block Jesus from watching this video or something stupid. So the current account has 3 things in it. Net exports, net transfers, and net foreign income. That's a lot of nets. Net just means there's a positive and a negative component to it. So these could be positive or negative numbers mathematically. Net exports is exports minus imports. That could be negative if you have more imports than exports, which America does, so our net exports is negative. Net transfers is direct sending of money overseas, just to like wire transfer to somebody. My family lives internationally, so like when my mom sends money to me for my birthday, which she did, like $100, shouts to my mom. That was a net transfer as a positive thing for the United States. Technically, we call that as a credit on the U.S.'s current account because we're gaining money. Credit means gaining. Debit means losing. Net foreign income is money earned passively off of assets overseas. So say you've got your money in a foreign bank account, or you've bought, like I say, I bought that Canadian bond in that example that I had. When I'm getting paid interest on that Canadian bond, that's net foreign income. So that's money earned passively off of international assets. The capital and financial account, which is the other account in the balance payments, just has 2 things in it. They're assets, both of them. Could be physical assets like real estate, or financial assets like stocks, bonds, crypto, currency, whatever you want to say. So that's the basic idea there. You buy property in another country, capital financial account. Mainly how I think about it is the things in the capital financial account are things you are buying to make you money later. They're not going to necessarily make you money instantaneously, but the game plan is to make money in the long term. So the current account is usually for more current transactions. The capital account is more for like things where the game plan is long term. That's how I tend to think about it. The important thing between these two accounts is that they have to balance, meaning if one is positive, the other is negative. They offset each other. If the current account's growing, the financial account's shrinking. If one's in a deficit, the other's in a surplus, however you want to frame that in your brain, but they have to offset each other. Why that is, I'm not going to bother explaining. It takes like 30 minutes to explain. It's not worth explaining. They just offset each other. They never ask you to explain on the AP exam, so don't. If they ask you to say double entry bookkeeping and then like draw someone dabbing, and you'll probably get the point. Because if you knew that it was called double entry bookkeeping, we would be like, kudos to you, kid, you get it, and be proud of you. But they're never going to ask that because it would take too long to actually explain why they're offsetting in a way that's concise. I'll come back to Forex market in a second. How do I do MPC for like budget deficit and stuff? You wouldn't at once. It could be as multiple steps of an FRQ where it's like there's an increase in government spending, the MPC is 0.8, how much does it affect GDP by, and you do like the multiplier problem, and then it asks what happens to the budget as a result. That isn't because of the MPC stuff, that's because of the change in government spending. More spending, more of a deficit, less spending, more of a surplus, because it's about borrowing money with the budget. Can I go over the circular flow model? Yes, somebody else asked that earlier. I saw that question. I'm sorry if I skipped it, but thanks for the reminder there, Haley. Circular flow model, sure. I think it was Bryce also asked this question. I'm going to draw on the whiteboard. Circular flow models. Yes, Beckett, type it in the chat. That'd be great. Throw me the example problem. That's perfect. While I do this. So, households and firms are the two groups in the circular flow model. The households are consumers, firms, businesses. Cool. These two groups engage in two markets. The product market, which is the market for products, goods, and services. In which case, you know how that market works. You've bought things before. How does that work? I give business money. They give me thing. Correct. So the way the market works is firms provide us with goods and services. We provide firms in exchange with money. Bang! This is horribly drawn, obviously. But goods and services come from the firms through this market, say it's like Walmart or whatever, to the households. We give them money. Bang. Easy. In this market, we are demanders. They are suppliers. You guys are aware of that part of it. The top half is where people tend to get confused. It's called the factor market. Also called the resource market. So if they say the word resource market, this is the same thing. This is the market for your factors of production, a fancy word for resources, labor, land, capital, entrepreneurship. Like first week of the class, kind of like first, second day of notes maybe in the class kind of stuff. Like this would have been like August 18th for first semester kids. So you forgot for sure. And that's good. In the factor market, the roles are reversed. Think labor. You work for a business. They give you money. You're providing the thing to them. They're paying you for the thing. So on the factor market, you're giving your resources, like your labor or your human capital, which is your workers' knowledge and skills, your entrepreneurship, your really cool ideas you have, the Doritos Locos Taco, as a good example. Here we go. So on the factor market, the roles are reversed. We get money from businesses. We give them resources. The flow is basically stuff. Resources are provided to businesses who turn them into goods and services. We provide them resources. They make them goods or services. They pay us for those resources. We use that money to buy goods and services, and on the circle goes. It's the flow of money in an economy. Basically, it's a graph to show you that the two things are the same. Spending and income are the same thing. They're just different sides of the same transaction. You'll see leakages mentioned a couple of times with these occasionally, where it's like money leaves this model. Say if you import a good from another country, the money goes to the other country, so that money's leaving. Say if you save money, you're not spending it, so it's being taken out of the model also. Oh, Beckett's question's getting typed in the chat. Catherine, I see yours as well. I will also answer that. Let's see Beckett's thing. Assume the nation of... Oh, he found an FRQ online. Okay. All right. Let's find it. Oh, I see exactly what this is. Okay. Assume the nation of Georgia is operating short of full employment output, and an economist agrees that it would take $400 million of spending to bring the economy back to long-run equilibrium. Okay, so when it says 400 of spending, I'm assuming they need GDP to go up by 400. That's what I'm assuming that question is being written as. I don't think this is an FRQ exactly from College Board. It could be one from a different website where it's been like made up based off College Board stuff, but usually they wouldn't phrase it like that. I'm just clarifying for the sake of answering Beckett's question. If the MPC is 0.75, what's the least amount of government spending? Yeah, we can do this. So this is not as complicated as it sounds. So here we go. I'm gonna do it on the whiteboard because it's easy for me to solve. Whenever I see MPC and I see spending, I kind of know what I got to do, which is I take the change in spending times the spending multiplier and equals the change in GDP. Now, I'm going to assume that 400 million here is how much they need GDP to go up by to get back to full employment. Because usually if they're talking about getting back to full employment, that's a GDP change. Because you have to imagine like your ADAS graph, and like equilibrium getting back to LRAS means we're talking about a GDP change. Okay, circular flow model, I just did that like 2 seconds ago. So spending times S mult, the change in spending, we don't know what that is. Your spending multiplier is 1 over your MPS. Your MPC is 0.75, so your MPS is 0.25. And we know that we need GDP to change by 400 million. So it's change in spending times 1 over 2.25 is $400 million. 1 over 0.25 is 4. So something times 4 is 400 million. So that something should be 100 million. Which I believe was C, under multiple choices, should have been C. That would do it. So that's the logic of it. That's technically not a budget deficit problem, but it would create a budget deficit because the government is spending more, which would put them into a deficit because they'd have to borrow money. The dog is staring at me. He wants to go outside, but let me answer a couple of questions first before I do that. Catherine's question, why does an increase in money demand cause nominal interest rate to rise, and how does contractionary monetary policy affect in money supply and rates? Great questions. Both of these are on the money market, Catherine. So this is a 2-for-1 discount. I can do both of these at the same time, basically. So money market. I'll show you this for the demand for money thing, and then I will explain it conceptually outside of the graph in case the graph does not make sense to you, because it doesn't always make sense to everybody, because it's a weird one. So money market, nominal interest rate. Okay, here's our graph. Demand for money, supply of money. If the demand for money rises, you would take that demand curve and shift to the right. Point, which gets you on the graph a higher interest rate, which you're like, cool graph, that is kind of helpful, but doesn't explain really why, outside of there being a cool visual to show me that it works that way. The why is demand for money is your desire to hold your wealth in a spendable form, right? To have it actually in the form of cash. So if we're saying people want to have more of their wealth in the form of cash, then that's going to lead to higher pressure on interest rates for a couple of reasons. One, if you want to have more of your wealth in the form of cash, you probably want less of it in your bank. In which case, if you do that, banks would have less money and start to charge more for loans. You could also say if there's more demand for money, banks might just charge more for money, period, including loans, so a higher interest rate is happening as a result of that. So functionally it is, as the demand for money goes up, you could either think of it as banks will charge more for loans because you might want to borrow more money, or banks would charge more for loans because you have less money being stored in them, so they need to charge more to try to encourage you to put it back in the bank. They want you to put the money in the bank, is the logic of it. And then how does contractionary monetary policy affect this? This is the money market graph, Sapo, so I'm kind of hitting it here a little bit. The demand curve can change if there's like an increase in price level. The supply curve changes if there is a change in monetary policy. So contractionary monetary policy, let's say the Federal Reserve raises administration rates or sells bonds or however you want to phrase it, those should all decrease the money supply. And as there is less money in the economy, the supply decreases. You get a higher interest rate for similar reasons as the last one. If banks have less money to lend out, they will then charge more for loans, or they would offer more for savings. This is the same logic, because Either they charge more for loans because they have less to lend, so the loans become more scarce, or they're offering more for savings because they want you to store it there because they don't have a lot to loan out right now, so they really want to get some more cash in them. So that's the logic for the contractionary policy. It gets you a higher interest rate because banks have less money now, so loans become more scarce and therefore get more expensive the same way everything else does. Money market shifters, to be clear, Sapo, is very straightforward. Monetary policy affects the supply curve. Expansionary, increase. Contractionary, decrease. You got to know those. That's the issue. Demand curve is just price level and income, and those are direct. Higher price level, higher demand. Higher income, higher demand. Can we go over loan market and its shifters? I have Matthew earlier, but I can hit them really quickly again. What happens? Oh, Catherine, follow-up question. What happens if both happens at the same time? Do they reinforce to this? Yes, they would. Higher demand for money and less of a supply each get you a higher interest rate, so it gets you a doubly higher interest rate. It's correct. They would get you a much higher interest rate than before because you have both of those things get you higher interest rates. So you get a hell of a lot higher interest rate there. Loan market and shifters. What will we need to do for reading bank balance sheets? I will show you because one of the FRQs I have predicted here, which is one that Clifford predicted. Clifford predicted a balance sheet one, and I was like, I think so too. That's very possible. So I have a practice question that I've set up, so I'll show you how to read it and solve for it. I did do one very early in the video. It's one of the first things I did was a bank balance sheet, but I will do another one. Could I explain the business cycle? I can do it very fast before I take my dog out. I'm going to do the business cycle, and then I'm going to take my dog out, and that'll be about a 10, 15-minute break, so we can all like take a quick chill pill and go grab like water, food, whatever you need to. And then at 8 o'clock, I will do the predictions for the FRQs. The business cycle is very simple. That's why I can do this really fast. You won't ever have to draw the business cycle. I swear to God, if they make you draw it, I'll freak out. Because they've never said they would have you draw this. Let me go with output, and that is potential output, and this is real GDP. Okay. Business cycle. Here we go. So business cycle, ups and downs of GDP over time. Your economy either grows or falls apart, or grows or falls apart. This is kind of how time works when it comes to an economy. You have periods of growth followed by periods of decline, expansion, recession, expansion, recession. Certain countries look a little less like perfect, like this one does, but the general trend is positive. This trend line is potential output. It's also the LRAS if you want to think of it like that. It's just the like full employment level of output. You can be above full employment, like if you were on the upswing. You could be below full employment if you're on the downswing. You could be in a recession if you're on the downward sloping portion of this. You could be in a period of expansion if you're in an upward sloping portion of this. It's more about, do you understand the visual here? Your GDP is going up. At that point, it's going down. At that point, it's going up. Over here, it's going down. Over here, like prior and later based off the time. Okay? But in general, should be growing. Right here, that dot right there would be at full employment, basically. Same with that dot, that dot, that dot. Those economies are all at full employment. An economy like this is above full employment, but about to go into a recession. The one down here is below full employment, but about to go into an expansion. So that's the business cycle in a nutshell. It's a very simplified way of showing how an economy changes over time. It's just your GDP goes up and GDP goes down and GDP goes up and GDP goes down. And up and down and up and down. Very simple. Papers for stats. Thank you, Catherine. That's good to know. I figured you would because at least at our school, Miss Luna is running all of the AP exams, so she's going to keep the rules really consistent because she's really good at her job when it comes to running these. We had other test coordinators before, and it was a nightmare. Miss Luna is a rock star. She crushes it for us. So very good. Caden, I did go over the reserve market earlier for a couple of you guys. Feel free to pop back into the video. You'll see it on the whiteboard because I drew it. And I went over the reserve market relatively quickly. You'll also probably see it in a second because I think one of the FRQs has it. I should stream Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite. I've never played Fortnite. It came out while I was a teacher, and all my students were playing it, and I didn't want to play what they were playing because they're children, and I'm a grown-up. I never played Fortnite. I did play PUBG before Fortnite became fairly popular. So I played that type of game, but never played Fortnite. Okay, it's time to go take the dog out. He's gonna freak out if I say I want to go outside. So, 15-minute break. I'll be back here by 7:55, and then we will go into the FRQ predictions at 8. Thank you guys so much for being here. By the way, I really appreciate all of you guys tuning in. As always, Archer's very excited. You want to go outside? You want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk? Yeah. Oh, he's so excited. Look at him. He's so happy. Ready? All right. Be back in a bit, guys. Yep. We are back. Or at least I am back. Let's see what happened in the chat. Before now, oh good, there wasn't 1,000 questions while I was gone. That's good to see. My brain would have exploded. Catherine, would there be an instance where they combine Fisher's, real versus nominal impact to forex markets? Connected's a strong word. Could it be in the same problem? Sure. Would it be connected? Not necessarily. The interest rate affecting the forex market for sure is fair play. The Fisher equation being an important part of that, I don't think would be a necessary thing that we have to worry about. But I can walk through an example with that. And then, Nafiran, can you remember what the Fisher equation is? I know it's been a Bravo punch. Yeah, the Fisher equation, I brought it up one time, so no sweat, is that the real interest rate equals the nominal interest rate minus the inflation rate. The nominal interest rate's the actual, like, literal interest rate on a loan. Like when you take out a loan for college, for example, and it's like a 6% interest rate. That's your nominal interest rate. The inflation rate, if you subtract that from the interest rate, tells you how much you're paying back in actual spending power. Because the money you're paying back later, right? You take a loan, you pay it back over time, like over the course of years and stuff. The money slowly loses its value over time as inflation happens. So the money you're paying back might be worth less than what you actually borrowed. That's what the Fisher equation is saying. So if I take the nominal interest rate, say it's like a 7% interest rate student loan, and there was, say, 3% interest in inflation in that year, then really you're only paying back 4% interest. You're paying back 7% numerically, but because prices rose by 3%, the actual spending power of that money is only 4% more than what you borrowed. So you're kind of, let's say, winning, but you're paying back less in value than what you thought. You thought you're paying back 7% spending power. You're only paying back 4% spending power. So it's, that's why borrowers tend to benefit if there's inflation. Okay. It's just about 8 o'clock. It's time to go through my FRQ guesses. The good news is, while I have it on a Word document, I also potentially created it in a Google Doc that you can copy and make a copy of so that you can have access to these outside of this live stream. So it's in the chat, and it will be in the description of this after the video ends. So anyone who's watching this after and can't see the chat, check the description of the video. You should be able to see the link to the my FRQ guesses, my best guesses for the FRQ and stuff like that. So here we go. There are 4 FRQs listed here. I know there's only 3 on the AP exam. It's because the second FRQ, which is like more of the mathy one, I have 2 guesses on what it would be, which I know I'm taking more shots there. But I think it'll be one of these 2 things. Clifford suggested one. I think it might be the other, but I wrote up both in case Clifford is right. He's been right a lot, so I'm not against going off of his theory. These are tied to his, at least mine and his are very similar because we've both taught this for a long time and have similar ideas on how we think this is going to work. I think there might be some differences, but overall, here is the actual question. So I mocked it up as an actual, as it would appear best I could on your AP exam. So if you wanted to pause this and try to solve it and come back to me solving it later, feel free to. But yeah, here is the first FRQ, which is the long FRQ. The general idea for this FRQ is this: an ADIS graph with a self-adjustment, fiscal policy, multiplier, and crowding out element. For those of you guys that were in my class today, we did something similar to this. There was an additional reserve market thrown in on the in-class version of this, but this one doesn't have the reserve market. It just goes into multiplier-y stuff and talks about talks about the loanable funds market and how crowding out comes into play. So the doc link should be in the comments on the chat, but let me see if it didn't get linked properly. I'm going to refresh the chat here. Let me see if it popped into the chat. Did it? Didn't. Let me try that again. It says it worked on my side, but I'm refreshing the chat and I'm not seeing it. Let's see if it popped that time. It still didn't pop in there. That's super weird that I can't just type it in the chat on my own YouTube video. Interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll pop it in the comments or in the thing later. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but whatever. Here, actually, I know what I'll do. I will email this to one of you. I'm going to send it to who, if Haley is still here, I think I'm going to send it to Haley Lentz because she can copy paste this bad boy into the chat for me, and you all can grab it off of her thing real quick. trying to think of kids who emailed me before. Oh my god, my stupid email needs me to duo push notification confirm that I'm logging into my thing. Yes, I am. It's me. It's my home apartment, you idiot. Yes. In the meantime, feel free to look at the question while I'm doing this. It's not a bad idea to start it without me. Yes, I want to stay signed in, please and thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, so many emails. Nice, thanks Adam for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Actually, I'm going to send it to Chase because he's already emailed me very recently, so I'm just going to send it to you, Chase. If you can copy paste this link into the chat for me. I don't know if it'll work because I don't know if YouTube likes people putting links in here, which might be the problem. I actually think that's probably it. I don't think YouTube likes it if you put links in the chat, probably for good reasons, I would bet. But yeah, I'll post it in the comments of this video, or not the comments, in the, actually, wait, can I put it in the comments right now? Let's just do that. Why don't I just do that? Can I comment on my own video? It won't let me do that either. Wow, okay, well, that's stupid. Well, whatever. All right, let's go through this FRQ mock real fast. That seems like a good idea. Who do we got here? Yeah, sorry, Haley, it wasn't your fault. It's more a matter of that I can't post it in the chat no matter what, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, and I can't post it in the comments yet, so I'll post it in the description after this. That's fine, you still have access to it, don't sweat. Okay, so here we go. The country of Archeria, it's named after Archer, my dog, is in short-run equilibrium and is currently operating in a negative output gap, and the government of Archeria currently has a balanced budget. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so here's the stuff that I'm seeing, and when I'll go through this as if I'm you on AP exam day, like reading this and processing it. So I see it's in short equilibrium and it's operating in a negative output gap. I'm going to highlight that. And they currently have a balanced budget. Okay, we love this. That's cool. Good job. Way to go, Archie. You balanced your budget. I'm so proud of you. He's asleep on the ground. Well, he's laying down, but his eyes are open because he's a dog. That's weird. Draw an ADAS, SRAS, and LRAS curve for Archeria and show each of the following: current output, full employment output. Okay. Feel free to work along with me in class. Feel free to practice this. Real GDP and price level. SRAS, AD, LRAS. Said to label current output as Y1 and PL1, respectively, and full employment output as YF. Okay, so this would be my answer to part A. This is what the graph would look like. It is below full employment. A negative output gap means they're in a recession or operating below full employment. So the graph should look like this, with your current output here, right there at Y1, being below full employment output YF. That's what's going on there. So you're below full employment on this graph. We are in a recession here. This is the recession going on in Archeria. Okay. So that's the short version. That's the starting part of this problem. B, assume that policymakers take no action to close the output gap. I see that. I already know what's coming. Explain how Archeria's economy will adjust to full employment in the long run. Hello, important words, in the long run. This is the Mad Libs, and conveniently, this is actually the exact same sort of starting point as the Mad Libs was earlier that Tristan had asked about, where we go back to full employment, starting off in a recession, that whole thing. So explaining how this would work, let me write the explanation here. Change the font color. In the long run, firms will lower wages so they can hire workers, increasing their ability to produce SRAS, and returning the economy to long-run equilibrium. Bang. That would be a sufficient explanation there. You are saying what will happen in the long run and how it adjusts. It adjusts by increasing the SRAS. And then B2 says, on your graph in part A, show how the economy will adjust to full employment and label the new equilibrium price level PL2. Okay. SRAS shift, new price level PL2. Yoink. Supply increases. Here we go. This is the graph answer for B2. On your AP exam, if you wanted to, like, have an answer written somewhere on your page for this, when there's like a graph drawing like this, and you're like, what do I even write? I would put like B2 SRAS 1. Like whatever I labeled on my graph was the SRAS curve. That's my answer to B2, is that shift on the graph. Okay, let me answer some questions while I scroll down so you guys can see what the rest of the question is. Here's the next part of the question. In this FRQ, it doesn't mention explain in part D and E. Should we explain or just leave it be? You should not explain if it doesn't tell you. Now in D2, it does say to explain, but C doesn't say explain and E doesn't say explain. So if it doesn't say explain, you should not explain, because if you explain incorrectly, you would lose the point. So if you said, like, it's in a budget surplus because the government is spending more, that is incorrect, because a budget surplus happens if the government is having to borrow less money, not more money. So you would lose the point by explaining that incorrectly. So I would not explain unless it says to completely. If it just says identify, you don't even really have to write a sentence for that. You just have to give me an answer. What is your reasoning for why they might do these FRQs? It's a great question. My reasoning is over the last 10 or so years, the long FRQ has always involved either an aggregate demand supply curve or a Phillips curve, because they can show an economy that is at, above, or below full employment in one of those graphs, and then they can branch off and do a bunch of other things off of that situation at the start and ask about a whole bunch of other things. The reason why I put the Mad Libs in this is because last year's did not have this, and the reason why I have like a multiplier thing in this is because that's been a frequent ask the last few years. You'll see why on future questions why I'm asking what I'm asking. It's more because in my years of teaching this class and looking over a bunch of the FRQs, I wouldn't say there's patterns, but it's like some things they repeat a lot, in which case I assume it's going to be in there. Some things they repeat every certain number of years close to, like every 4 or 5 years, there would probably be another balance sheet question, or every 5 or 6 years, there might be another terms of trade question, which is why you might see some of these on here, is because it's been a while since they've asked this kind of thing, but they do ask about it every now and then. So it is purely a guess. I will say I've gotten at least one of the FRQs almost pretty close to exactly right. Each of the last like 4 or 5 years. Like every year I've done this, I've gotten at least one of the FRQs pretty close to exactly right. And one of the years, for one of these multiplier problems, I had the numbers almost exactly right. So this is just experience at this point in teaching this class for a long time and seeing a lot of the answers. Aaron, you will see this in a second, because one of these FRQs has a term of trade problem, so that's going to work out just fine. Okay, now I'm going to part C, because I haven't answered part C yet. Assume instead the government instead, there's a lot of insteads there, right, that's typo, decides to address the output gap using fiscal policy. Identify one fiscal policy action that the government could use to return the economy to long-run equilibrium. Sure could. There's 2 answers you could say here. It's a fiscal policy. This is relatively simple. Either increase government spending or decrease taxes. You don't have to write both. You only have to identify one. Don't identify more than you have to. You don't get extra points for showing off. And if one of those 2 is wrong, you just blew it. Because whatever you write, we have to grade. And if you write more than necessary, we have to grade all of it. So if you're taking, it's basically like we say, don't try to shotgun an answer where you're, shooting a bunch of different pellets out in one shot. You're not spraying and praying and hoping that it's going to work. That does not work on this AP exam, because every answer you write would have to be correct. So if you but as for monetary policy, you list like 4 different ones, all 4 would have to be right. That's a bad idea, because the chances of you making a mistake are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger the more guesses you give. So if it asks for 1, give them 1. Don't do more than that. Weirdly, be minimalistic. And a lot of us usually want you write more, write more, write more. It's like, econ's like, we're not a writing class, dog. Get the answer right. Don't be a show-off. Okay, I'll fix this. Okay. Assume the current equilibrium output is 400 billion and that full employment output is 500 billion. The MPC in this economy is 0.8. Calculate the minimum required change in government spending needed to return the economy to long-run equilibrium and show your work. I'm going to do this on the whiteboard so I can show my work. And then 2, and if you were in class today, you saw a question just like this. If the government were to change spending without changing taxes, would the change in spending need to be greater than, less than, or equal to the change identified in part D1? Okay, lots of words here. So here's what's happening here. Current employment, the current equilibrium output is 400 billion, full employment output is 540. So to remind you of the graph, because I just erased it for some stupid reason, what they mean is, I didn't label a bunch because I'm not worried about that. YE is at 400 billion, YF is at 500 billion. That meaning the gap between these two is 100 billion. So the gap between current and full employment is 100 billion. Okay. Calculate the minimum required change and indicate the direction. Okay, so here's what I know. The question asks for the change in spending. That formula that only comes up in really one formula that involves the multipliers. The formula is change in spending times spending multiplier equals the change in GDP. This guy. Now, how to use the multiplier formula, basically. Now, it asked for the change in spending in the question, so this is actually what I'm solving for. The change in GDP is this gap between the current and the full employment level output, because that's how much I need GDP to go up by. I need GDP to go from 400 to 500 billion. So I need my GDP to increase by 100 billion. I know that's the end of this. My spending multiplier is 1 over the MPS. The MPC is 0.8, so the MPS is 0.2. And the change in spending is what I'm solving for. I don't know what that is. That's my missing variable. It's time to do some algebra. So 1 over 0.2 is 5. If you don't know that, it's okay. You get a calculator on your AP Econ exam, so don't get too scared. Change in spending times 5 is 100 billion. Divide both sides by 5, and your change in spending should be $20 billion. Bang. This would be me showing my work, if you're wondering. This is plenty of work to be shown. Frankly, if you got to like this second line at any point, and then that is 5, it would probably be cool with what you did, because this makes sense in terms of what you set up. Traditionally, as a grader, what I like to see is that you wrote the formula, you plugged in your numbers for the formula, and you got the answer. That's showing your work in the context of this. You don't necessarily have to show me how you got the MPS is 0.2, because if the MPC is 0.8, we can assume you know that 1 minus 0.8 is 0.2. That's not math that I'm worried about you messing up, so I wouldn't be scared if you didn't write that. But this is the logic for D1, so the minimum required change would be different color font, $20 billion. Okay, D2, lots of ways to explain and answer this. I'm going to explain it verbally first, then I'll use math to explain it. You could do either, whichever makes the most sense to you. If the government were to change taxes instead of changing spending, would the change in taxes need to be greater than, less than, or equal to the change in spending? Identified in part D1. So is it going to be more, less, or the same as $20 billion? Can I explain it? The answer to this is actually always the same, is the nice part. This answer is never anything different than. The answer will always be, for this type of question, greater. Here's the logic of it. So we need people to spend $20 billion, right? So I could increase spending by $20 billion, the multiplier effect kicks in, we get a $100 billion increase in GDP, because every dollar spent becomes someone else's income, they save a portion, they spend the rest, save the portion, spend the rest, multiplier effect kicks in, right? Now, why does changing taxes have to be greater? Here's the logic of it. If I need $20 billion to be spent, I can't just lower taxes by $20 billion. You don't spend every dollar of your income. Hell, in this economy, I know how much you spend. You spend 80% of your income. So I have to change taxes by more, I have to lower taxes by more than 20 to get you to spend the requisite amount. So greater because people save a portion of the tax change, so you have, oh my god, have to change tax taxes by more to get people to spend the necessary amount. And that's a nice way to explain it. That's about as good of an explanation as I would want on this question. Now, you can answer this more than one way. This is the pure verbal concept way. You could do it mathematically. If you know your formulas, the tax multiplier is a smaller number than the spending multiplier, so the change in taxes would have to be bigger to balance that out. So you could say because the tax multiplier is smaller than the spending multiplier, therefore the change in taxes has to be greater. You could have done the math for that and just done that as your explanation, where it's like it has to be greater, see work, and then your work is it's change in taxes times tax multiplier equals change in GDP. I still need GDP to change by 100 billion, but your tax multiplier is negative MPC over MPS, so that'd be negative 0.8 over 0.2, which is negative 4. So change in tax times negative 4 equals 100 billion is kind of how this gets set up. Divide both sides by negative 4, and what you get is that they would need to lower taxes by 25 billion. To be clear with the negative sign and like the greater than, less than, equal to thing, we are changing taxes by a larger amount. The negative sign just means we are decreasing taxes, but the change in taxes is greater. I am changing taxes by more than 20. I'm changing them by 25. I'm just having to lower them. That's why the negative sign is there. So that is the answer to D2. E. And if you guys have any questions while I'm going through this, feel free to pop them in the chat. That way we can, I can address them if you ever get stuck or confused by what I'm doing on a particular problem. This isn't muted. Was that confusing? Were you hearing me twice the whole time? No, my desktop is muted. Oh, thank God. That would have been a nightmare. Do you have to show the formula before putting the number in to get the points? No. If you had just gotten to like this second line here, where it's like change in taxes times this negative 0.8 over 0.2 thing, that would have probably been fine. Like I just need to see where that 25 is coming from. So if I see like this chunk in the middle, I can tell where that 25 is coming from, so I know what's going on there. I always just prefer as a grader to see the formula first, because it just means that I'm more confident in what you did. And it's always nice to build confidence with the grader in a question, because sometimes you'll have answers where your explanation's a bit like, I'm not sure. I think they're right. I think they got it, but it's not. It's kind of close. In which case, if I have confidence in the person who's writing the answer because they've written answers in a full, concise, clear, easy to understand way, then I'm more likely to give them credence whenever I'm looking at an FRQ where it's a bit of a coin flip. If you've done the minimal amount of work and are doing very little to prove that you know what you're talking about, or just kind of like maybe it could be read as like you're looking into the points, it's less likely. But if you're, showing up with confidence, it might be a little easier for us to prove that you're right. Okay, E, based on the fiscal policy action identified in Part C, what will be the impact on their budget balance? I said that they would increase government spending or decrease taxes, which just means the budget would move towards, enter into, be in a deficit. Doesn't say to explain it, so don't, but if you wanted it explained, it's because if the government is spending more or taxing less, they'll have to borrow more, which would put them in a deficit. They can't just magically increase spending. They don't magically have more to spend because we said they weren't gonna raise taxes. They in fact were going to probably lower taxes. So they'd be borrowing more money. And then F, draw a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market for Arch area and show the impact on the change in budget balance on the real interest rate. Okay, loan market time. I'm going to draw this graph on my whiteboard. Quantity of loans, supply of loans, demand for loans, and the real interest rate. It's worth mentioning when you're reading questions like this, especially during the AP exam, there's like 10 minutes of reading time prior to writing your FRQs. Don't use all 10 minutes probably, but if you read through it, I see loan market, I'm like, okay, and it tells me real interest rate. Helpful. If you forget your graph labels, sometimes they tell you them in the question because the real interest rate is the y-axis on your loan market. So if you've forgotten that that was the y-axis, this is amazing. Sanaya, I will get back to that question once I finish this one. That's a great thing to ask about. I know exactly what you did to get that 500. So here's the loanable funds market graph. I haven't drawn a shift on this yet. Here's what's happening. The government is spending more or taxing less, and I just said they're moving towards a deficit. Again, what that means is the government will have to borrow to pay for some of the spending, because they can't just magically make this money exist. If they just printed it, it would create massive inflation. They're not going to do that. They're going to have to get that money from somewhere, so they're probably going to borrow it. This is in real life done by issuing bonds, but it's still borrowing money. There's two ways to draw this on the graph. You can pick your poison in terms of which way you like to do it. How I like to do it is I think of the government as a borrower in this market. They are a demander of loans because they are borrowing more. Just like if I was borrowing more, I would be demanding more loans. The government is borrowing more, so they are demanding more loans. So the demand for loans should increase. There is greater overall demand for loans in this market. That would be my answer. Now, if you drew it as a decrease in the supply of loans, like supply is decreasing, it's going to the left, that actually is also valid because some classes and some textbooks teach this graph as like the loan market just for people, in which case the government's borrowing money that could have been lent out to you, which means there's less money to lend to you, so the supply of loans decreases. Either way, you get a higher interest rate, which is all that actually matters for this problem, functionally speaking, but this would be the graph that I would draw. If you drew a decrease in supply, you'd technically also be correct. So either is valid, whichever one you think makes more sense in your head. When the government's borrowing more, does that make it more of a demand or less of a supply of loans? The answer is yes to both. Whichever one you like more, go nuts. Okay, let me go back to Sanaya's question before I get into the other one. So I'll walk you through exactly what happened here, Sanaya, because I know exactly what you did. This happens a lot with this type of question. So I'll scroll up to it. It's this part D1 that we're talking about where I got the 20 and they're getting the 500. So here's what happens. The formula we're using is change in spending times spending multiplier equals change in GDP. So what this has to do with is knowing what number goes where in the formula, okay? So read the question again for D1. What are we calculating in D1? It says calculate the minimum required change in government spending needed, meaning we're talking not about the change in GDP, we're solving for this number right here. Whatever this change in spending is what I'm looking for. The 100 billion is not the change in spending. The 100 billion is how much I need GDP to go up by. So the 100 was popping up over here as this change in GDP. Hello. The change in spending, I don't know what it is. My multiplier was 5, so algebra time has to kick in here. I've got to divide both sides of this equation by 5. If I divide this by 5, this 5 goes away. If I divide 100 by 5, I get 20 as my change in spending. I will say it is a very important step with multiplier problems in general to identify what they're asking you to solve for. That question asked, calculate how much GDP would change by this increase in spending. Then I'm solving for the change in GDP. If it asks how much I'm changing spending by, I'm solving for the change in spending in the formula. So be careful where you're plugging in the numbers in your formula. Algebra is the only math prerequisite they have for economics in this, and it's algebra 1, so it's whatever you would have done like 8th grade, 9th grade level algebra. Nothing complicated, but they don't necessarily have you solve for the end of this equation every time you're doing this before that. Beckett, I will do a 4x graph. It's one of the things in my predictions here. So you will see a full 4x graph, and I'll throw a bunch of different examples of problems there because I know you guys definitely want more 4x help. That's a good idea. Okay, so this is the explanation for that. I hope that explains that, Sanaya. Scrolling down to my next FRQ, buckle up, everybody. It's a balance sheet. So Clifford, Jacob Clifford, who's the guy who runs a YouTube channel, which used to be called ACDC Econ. It's just his channel now called Jacob Clifford. Met him in real life, really good guy. He's a longtime econ teacher out of California. Ran a training for us at Byron a long time ago, like 2019. Really smart dude. Knows his stuff for sure. Has a bunch of great review sources. He's the guy on the crash course economic videos. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. One of his predictions was a balance sheet FRQ. That is something that I've been hoping, betting would happen the last couple of years, and it just hasn't happened, which I find a bit surprising because it's been a handful of years since they had the last one. He's finally put it on his predictions list, which gives me a bit of hope that it's going to be this year. I say hope because I'm tired of predicting it and it not being on there more than anything else. I know you guys don't want to see a balance sheet for sure, but nobody does, so that's kind of an even playing field across the entire country, I think. I don't think anyone likes these, really. If you do like these, congratulations. This is good news for you. If you don't like these, you're a normal person, so don't freak out. So here is this balance sheet. I've called this the Bank of Byron. And I've given a bit of information here above the graph. Always read the parts above and below the question because it has important stuff here. Like this one says they have limited reserves in this economy, which does matter and could matter if they asked you to graph stuff along with a balance sheet. That's not as common, but they could always throw a graph in there just for funsies because AP exam is hilarious like that. So we've got this balance sheet. Assets, liabilities, demand deposits, and equity on the right side, all of these assets on the left side, okay? I'm going to read through the questions first, and then I'm going to go back and answer them, okay? This is, again, how I would do this on the AP exam. I would see this balance sheet, and I'd be like, okay, required reserves is 20,000, demand deposits is 100,000. I already know a bit of information off of that. I see 30,000 of excess reserves. I'm like, cool. That's money the bank has they could loan out. I said they've already loaned out 20,000. This is money that has already been loaned out. It is gone. It's not at the bank anymore. This bank has $40,000 worth of bonds. Cool. They have $10,000 worth of property. I bet it's more than that in real life, but fine. Numbers-wise, I get it. The equity or net worth here is the money the owner of the bank has put into the bank. This is not a deposit. This is money the owner has invested into his business. Okay. A, I see calculate the reserve requirement of this country and show your work. Okay. Got it. Good to know. I'm not going to do that yet. I'm just going to read through these questions. Given the current level of reserves, calculate the maximum amount of additional loans this bank can now make. How much money of additional loans they can now make. Got it. Assume that Felipe earns a $20,000 bonus from his workplace and deposits the cash into a checking account at the Bank of Byron. What will be the initial impact on the M1 measure of the money supply? Kids in my class, you've seen me ask this question a bunch of times. I'm hoping it's stuck in your memory by now. If you haven't got it down, we're going to get it down tonight. D, based on Felipe's deposit, what will be the change in value of each of the following in the bank's balance sheet? This is a good one. Required reserves, excess reserves, treasury bonds. Or, because I'm like, it could be something like this, or it could be based on Felipe's deposit, calculate the maximum possible change in the money supply throughout the banking system, assuming banks loan out all of their excess reserves. So I put like D or D2. It's like, it could be like one of these types of questions where it's either a multiplier problem or it's a what happens to the balance sheet kind of problem. I don't know which they would do. Those are kind of a coin flip on how they do these with balance sheets. Some of them are like you figuring out what happens to the balance sheet. Some of them are multiplier problems. Some of them are both. So I put this here in case it's one or the other. And then E, assume that instead of Felipe's deposit, the central bank purchases $20,000 worth of bonds from the Bank of Byron. Central bank purchases bonds. Got it. Draw and label a money market graph. Got it. So there is a graph component to this. They didn't have the money market on last year's AP exam for the FRQs, so I'm just assuming that it's very, very possible for this year's FRQs to have it. Last year's FRQs had ADIS, reserve market, Forex market. I think those were it. So I'd probably say you're going to see 4 graphs this year because 3 is a bit low, 4 is more normal. I think it's either ADIS or Phillips curve at the top. Oh, I mentioned this up here, sorry. Note for A through B, it is equally possible for this to be a Phillips curve instead of ADIS on this first problem. So know how to do the beginning of this on a Phillips curve as well. I'll go through that at the end because I got time. Okay, so now I've read through the questions. Got it. All right. Calculate the reserve requirement. That part's not hard. So this is a vocab question more than anything else. The reserve requirement is the percentage of something the banks have to hold in their required reserves. It is not the percentage of liabilities. It is the percentage of deposits. So the math for this is very straightforward. To answer A, my work would be 20,000 over 100,000. It's the percentage of the deposits that's in the required reserves. So 20,000 over 100,000 is 0.2. So we're talking a 20% reserve requirement then. Done. I only need to look at this top line to answer this first question because the reserve requirement only cares about required reserves and deposits. That's it. The equity does not fall into that because it's not a deposit. So the answer to A is 20%. Cool. Given the current level of reserves, calculate the maximum amount of loans this bank can now make. This, the word calculate's a really strong word to use here. I don't have to calculate anything. I know how much money they can loan out right now. They've already loaned out 20K. That money is gone and not at the bank. I know they can't loan out this bond money because this money is gone. It's in bond form now. They can't loan out their property, and the required reserves they can't touch. The money they can loan out is the excess reserves. How much money can this bank loan out right now? $30,000. It asked how much they can now make. It didn't ask me to do multiplier stuff. It didn't ask, like, throughout the banking system, how much money can be created. It just asked how much money in additional loans can this bank now make. Well, right now they can make $30,000 worth of loans. That's it. Okay. If it asks for the maximum change over time throughout the banking system of loans, then yeah, that's a multiplier problem because the multiplier effect involves multiple banks. It doesn't just involve the Bank of Byron. It involves any bank that money gets deposited in. So yeah, that could happen. But this one just said how much they can now make. That's an important part of this. How much money can they loan out right now is 30 grand. C. Assume Felipe earns a $20,000 bonus. I'll come back to that question, Silver Knight. This is a $20,000 bonus from workplace and deposits the cash into a checking account. What's the initial impact on the M1 measurement supply? So it says now always equals excess. I don't know what always equals excess means. Excess equals money the bank can loan out. Always. If that's what you're asking. Doug, if it says calculate, do they want to show your work? If it says show your work, you have to show your work. If it doesn't say show your work, you don't have to. When they're saying calculate, they mean there might be some math involved here. You don't have to necessarily show your work unless it says show your work. And again, if it doesn't say show your work, I wouldn't because you might show it wrong and lose a point. Ethan, can you bring a calculator to a test? You could, but it has to be a 4-function calculator, so it has to be like just a small basic one that can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Like, it can't be a graphing calculator. So you could bring one, but the one built in on your computer, like on Blue Book, is better than a 4-function calculator. So you would rather use that, I would bet. You can't bring a programmable calculator because you could program formulas and there's no formula sheet on the answer. How do you know if they're asking to just list the number or use a multiplier? When I did B, I'd use the multiplier because I got confused and I was just wondering. It's a great question. It's for sure a mistake that happens. So here's the key word. It's the maximum amount of loans this bank can now make. It's given current level of reserves, how much money can they make in loans right now. When we're talking a money supply change, it's something like this. Maximum possible change throughout the banking system. Okay? You've got to like really, truly, they got to like phrase it a certain way. Like maximum possible change over time because the multiplier effect takes place over time. If it just says now, immediate, that matters because it's just asking how much money can be loaned out right now. All of the multiplier effects, not just the money one, but the spending and tax one, they'll take time to happen. It's not the long run necessarily, but it does take time. Yeah, Ethan, for sure, I would have told people to do that if you could bring your own calculator and program it because I don't like that they don't give you a formula sheet. It's very annoying. So yeah, you can't bring a programmable calculator for the obvious reason that you program it, which, you know, fair play, College Board. I get it. You win. You understand. So yeah, the key words are maximum possible change over time as a multiplier thing, throughout the banking system as a multiplier thing, right now or like now is not a multiplier. That's the sort of key phrase that I'm looking for. C, I can answer C now. Assume Felipe earns $20,000 bonus. What is the initial impact on the M1 measure of the money supply? No change. M1 M1 doesn't change here. Let me explain how it doesn't change, because people get confused by this all the freaking time, and it drives me a little bit insane. It's not because you guys are stupid, it's because there's like something that's just not connecting in your brain that I'm not sure what's not connecting, but I will do my damnedest to make it connect. So, M1. There are three things that make up M1. M1 is deposits, cash, and money in your like short-term style savings account, like a normal savings account. So these three things are M1. Deposits, cash, savings. Here's what happened with C. Felipe got $20,000 in cash and deposits it into their bank account. So money was cash and is now deposits. To be clear, M1 doesn't change because it was in M1 before and it is in deposits. So it was here, it's now here, but it was in M1 before and it's in M1 after. The $20,000 was there, it's now there, but it's still in M1, so M1 didn't change. It moved between which part of M1 it was in, sure, but the M1 measures money supply, total number value did not change. M1 is the number that we're talking about. The number for M1 didn't change. It was in M1 before and after. But M2 changes right since deposits changed? No. M2 includes M1 for the first part, so if it was in M1 before, it's still in M1 before that. M2 would only change if a thing moved from M3 to M2, something that was further down the line, like a bond being sold or something like that. What video on your channel covered money supply? Like which unit? Unit 4. Unit 4, you're looking for the M1 part is in the very first video, money, assets, and interest rates. If you're looking for like M1, M2, M0, that's in the first video, money, assets, and interest rates. Oh, Mashmi caught her question. William, good afternoon, sir. Catherine, you just want to do, yes, you should. Yeah, if it's got a formula that you can, if it lets you bring in your own calculator, they probably already assume you're going to do that. I don't know why they wouldn't assume that. I assume some teachers tell you how to do this. If it says explain, could you just say that he got the money from his job, which is known by the Fed to exist, so was already factored into M1? I don't think I would even bring up the job thing. I would say cash and deposits are a part of M1, so moving it from one part of M1 to the other does not change the overall total in M1. Like, I have markers, right, in this little cup. I have markers in my hand. How many markers do I have? If I move it from my cup to my hand, I still have the same amount of markers total. It's just which place are they in that's happening. So it's not that rocket science-y for why the M1's not changing. You just got to understand what M1 is, which is the amount of actual spendable money. It was spendable before, it's spendable after. Okay. D, this is where things get very interesting and funky. This is the balance sheet stuff that kids are actually worried about, I think. So, based on Felipe's deposit, what will be the change in value of each of the following in the balance sheet? The required reserves, the excess reserves, and the treasury bonds. Interesting. Okay. To be clear, I did make up these questions, so me calling this interesting is just me talking to myself and being like, wow, good question, me. I'm so smart. High five. Okay, so what will change each of the following? Okay, so Felipe deposits 20K. I got that, okay? Here's what I need to be thinking to figure out the answers to these questions. The first two are very simple based off the deposit. I have to think, okay, $20,000 deposit, how much of that money is going to go to the required reserves and how much of that money is going to go to the excess reserves? So out of that $20,000, I do know the reserve requirement is 20%, which means a fifth of this is going to the required reserves. A fifth of 20,000 is 4,000, and the remainder is going to go to the excess. So of that 20,000, 4,000 is going to go to the required reserves, and 16,000 is going to go to the excess. So the change in value of each of these would be required reserves would change by 4,000. Excess reserves would change by 16,000. Treasury bonds would not change. No one's bought or sold a bond in this problem. They just asked about the bonds to freak you out. Ditto if they asked about loans or property or anything else here. That deposit gets split up into excess and required reserves. I don't know what the bank's going to do with that money yet, so I can't say it's going to go anywhere else. So I know that the treasury bonds part would not change. So That is the answer to D here on this balance sheet. What FRQs, what graphs do I think will be on the FRQs? The first one I did, I said ADAS and loanable funds market. This one has a money market. The next one has a Forex market. Does that mean I think those are the ones that are going to be there? Honestly, couldn't tell you. I know it'll be ADAS or Phillips curve. One of those two is going to show up. It's a guarantee. The Unit 4 graphs, it's a bit of a crapshoot. Last year was reserve market. Could be reserve market again this year. That wouldn't be crazy. But it could also be loanable funds and money market. There's not an easy way to guarantee other than I know ADAS and Phillips curve are going to show up. They always show up. But I don't know what'll happen outside of that. On a question like D, would you get partial credit for I and double I if, but number 3 wrong? Depends on the question, if I'm being honest. On this one, maybe. Like on how I've written it, it's possible that they're each scored separately. So it's not an all or nothing. Usually if there's multiple parts that are very different in terms of their answer, there would be different points for it. Like on this one for D1 and D2, these would definitely be worth different points. So I would assume on this one, it would be worth different points for each of the 3. So you wouldn't be messed up here. I will do a Phillips curve example at the end of this Boston. I'll go back and do like 1A and B as if it was a Phillips curve problem instead. So that's a good question. Okay. Or, so this is, if it wasn't this question for D, it'd be a question like this for D. Based on Felipe's deposit, calculate the maximum possible change in the money supply throughout the banking system, assuming banks loan out all of their excess reserves. So based off his deposit is an important part of this, because that means we're asking how much it changes based off his deposit. So, reminder, his deposit was $20,000, and we just said $16,000 would go to the excess reserves. Reminder for the formula for the change in the money supply. It is the change in excess reserves times the money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. Change in excess reserves times money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. So the excess reserves we just said we're going to change by 16,000. Your money multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement, which was 0.2, so 1 over 0.2, 20%, 0.2. 1 over 0.2 is 5. So 16,000 times 5, which is 80,000. 80,000 would be the change in the money supply on D2. Be 80,000. Because it said based off his deposit, I'm just going off of his deposit. I am not factoring in the excess reserves that were up there because it just asked based off his deposit. If it asked incorporating his deposit into the excess reserves that are already here, what would happen? Then I would use more. So yeah, that's an interesting thing there. If it said Felipe bought bonds, would M1 change then? If Felipe did, money would be leaving the money supply. If the central bank bought bonds from this bank, the money supply would be growing because bonds aren't a part of the money supply, so bonds getting involved in this would mess with things, actually. So that's a good question. Silver Knight, that is correct for your axes labels on your Phillips curve. Knight Rider, would Unit 2 CPI and economics have come on FRQ? Possibly, it's possible. Unit 2 math was on last year's FRQ, so I don't think it would be Unit 2 math this time, although it was just nominal GDP, real GDP, and GDP deflator. So things like unemployment and inflation are still possible as an FRQ. I just don't think they're as likely. It's not a guarantee that they won't happen, but it would not be my first or second guess for the FRQ. S-mult is 1 over MPS, Douglas. If I added the deposit to the demand deposit and then multiplied it by the reserve ratio to find required reserves and subtracted by demand deposits to... Could you do that, Ashmi? Yes. Is that more complicated? Also, yes. I just think of the deposit as getting split between the two things, but is that a way to get there? It sure is. It's just a more complicated way to get there. I don't recommend doing that. Oh yeah, Tristan, I can go over these predictions a little more in unit first period for sure. I don't have a problem with doing that. Cool. E, last part of this question, a graph part. To be clear, if this question was really happening, I don't know if E would actually happen because E makes this a much you have to do more work on the problem if E exists, but I wanted to make sure we had a money market part of this, so I'm throwing the money market here. It says, assume instead of Felipe's deposit, the central bank buys 20,000 worth of bonds from this bank. Draw a money market graph for this economy and show the impact of the bond purchase on the nominal interest rate. So money market, again, is D money, S money, QENE. Hello, there's my graph. Bang. Looks like that. That's your money market. It's got, it's a weird looking graph because it has a vertical supply curve and a downward sloping demand curve. Alexa, you don't have to ask that question. I assume my advisor is going to be a friggin' nightmare tomorrow, but yeah, feel free to come in and advisor tomorrow. I think I'm going to have like 85 kids in there probably. Maybe all 190 kids who take the exam will be in there tomorrow. We'll find out what the fire code is in my classroom tomorrow, I think. So this is your money market graph. If the central bank is buying bonds from this bank, remember that buying bonds by the central bank is an expansionary policy because they're giving this bank actual cash. Those bonds aren't money that can be loaned out, but by buying the bonds, the central bank is giving this bank actual cash. So the supply of money would increase because, as we mentioned earlier, bonds are not a part of the money supply. So buying those bonds and giving cash in exchange is now increasing the money supply. So this is the change on the graph. Buying bonds is expansionary, so an increase in the supply curve is what would happen on our money market graph. This is the visual for part E. So yeah, that's the idea. For FRQ2, now that's my first guess for FRQ2. I think FRQ2 is going to be one of two things most likely, and this could just depend on which like AP exam version you get, because there's different versions of the AP exam. There's a set 1 and a set 2 depending on geographically where you are in the country. And there's also an experimental version of the exam that people just get randomly sometimes, which is fun. So if it's not a balance sheet, I think the second FRQ would be a term of trade problem. So for those of you guys that have been requesting a term of trade problem, buckle up, folks. It's time for a terms of trade problem. So I get to do that. Yeah, this is the mommy market one. Yes, it is, Douglas. Catherine, which multiplier formulas do you think are most important to remember, or do you think will show up? I think all three will show up. Multipliers have been probably the most used math thing on the macro exam the last handful of years, especially in the FRQ. It's the only math thing that has shown up consistently, which is why I put a multiplier thing in the first math part. So I would say all three. Know all three multipliers. I'd rather you know the multipliers than you know every weird Unit 2 formula, to be honest, because I'm very confident the multipliers will show up in both the multiple choice and the free responses. The good news is for all the multipliers, it's always something times multiplier equals bigger thing, right? Spending multiplier, change in spending, S mult, GDP, bigger thing. Change in taxes, tax multiplier, change in GDP, bigger thing. Excess reserves, money multiplier, change in money supply. There's just three formulas there. You've got to know what your formulas for multipliers are. 1 over the MPS for spending, negative MPC over MPS for tax, 1 over reserve requirement for money. Just, if you're totaling out, it's 6 formulas total, but a lot of them are very, 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 very simpler. It's not being freaked out, guys. Multipliers are not the hardest math ever. Okay, just practice them. Ethan gets the experimental version every time. We had that last year. Last year, about half of us had the experimental version in my AP Macro class, and they thought they were dying. The good news is the experimental version is curved differently because all of the versions of the exam are curved to have the same pass rate. So if the experimental version, which is usually harder because it has random stuff, has a lower score, which it usually does, it gets curved higher. So then the kids end up having the same pass rate and would have had to hit less questions. So don't feel terrible if you get the experimental version. You wouldn't know you get the experimental version on the current exam format because I don't think you get to see it on the digital exams anymore. But on the paper ones, you used to see like Form E, which would tell you that you had the experimental version of the exam. You're in band right now, but you want to listen later. Can you go over all the interest rates throughout the course and their similarities and differences? Good Lord, Triple Dragon. Can I? Kind of. They're all interest rates. The good news is the higher they are, the less we spend. The lower they are, the more we spend. They all work the same. They're different for sure, but they all work the same in terms of economic impact. Okay, I'm keeping this on the screen in case someone wants to let's try to solve this while I read the chat stuff. I'm seeing whatever the heck this weird snail thing is, or a wave. Is it the wave? Yeah, it's a guy waving. I can barely tell from my eyes are hurting because I'm looking at screens for a long time. Turns out that's bad, I guess. What else is going on here? For anyone who's wondering why it's called the mommy market, it's because it's nominal interest rate money market. Money, nominal, money, nominal, mommy. That's where students got to a couple years ago to help them remember that it's nominal interest rate on the money market graph. Whatever works. I'm not really going to critique kids if that helped them memorize it. It's very stupid that it worked, but it worked, so I'm not mad at it. All right, here we go. We get to solve this now. So, assume Switzerland and South Korea are trade partners. Both countries have the same amount of resources and can produce both shoes and lumber. The table shows the max amount of each goods they can produce. Switzerland, 100 or 20. South Korea, 200 or 20. Okay, equal amounts of lumber. A, which country has the absolute advantage in the production of shoes? Absolute advantage requires you to do no work. Don't you do any work for absolute advantage. You don't even freaking think with your brain. You just look at the chart, pretend you're in 2nd grade, and someone asks you who's better making shoes, and you would say South Korea. Because they can make more given the same resources. They can make more given the same amount of resources. That is perfectly fine. That works out just great as an explanation. It says they have equal resources here, so I know that's perfectly fine, not an issue. Can you come in during first period to study? That's up to your teacher. We've been getting a lot of emails about kids just sort of aimlessly wandering the halls because they're telling teachers they're going to go to a place, and then they just go wherever the hell they feel like it. So you might be told straight up no, and honestly, that's okay. You have access to this video. You can always go back to it. You can come in during advisory, and I will be down there during 3rd period in the front foyer area to help you guys last second panic study. If I do a term of trade problem and solve all the opportunity costs at the top of a problem, ask me to show mark, can I just draw an arrow as multiple questions may require it? You can't, because your written, where you're writing your AP exams will not have the questions on them. So you would have to copy the entire table. Now, if you did copy the entire table and did a lot of the work up in the table and said see table above for work, then yes, that would be fine. But you're not just gonna have a sheet with the table already drawn and you can write on it and be like, look up there. You'd have to copy the table into your test book, your written test booklet, because the questions will be on your computer screen and the answers you will write on a lined paper in the test booklet. So could you copy the table and do your work there and say see work in the table? Then yes, that would be valid. B, calculate the opportunity cost of producing 1 ton of lumber in terms of shoes for South Korea. So the opportunity cost of producing 1 lumber in terms of shoes in South Korea. So what we're referring to here is like this kind of thing. The opportunity cost of 1 shoe, the opportunity cost of 1 shoe, the opportunity cost of 1 lumber, and the opportunity cost of 1 lumber. So this is guys, don't bully Gavin in the chat. He gets enough of that at school for sure. Oh my god, everyone's just clowning on Gavin. Physics boys are ruthless. So we got shoes, we got lumber. Here we go. So opportunity cost. Other goes over when it's an output problem. The good news is if it's terms of trade, it's always output. So if you see a terms of trade thing happening here, it's going to be output. So you can skip right ahead to other goes over. I'm going to do all 4 of them because it's going to probably come up later. It's just worthwhile doing. So the opportunity cost of 1 shoe for Switzerland is other goes over 20 over 100, which is 1/5 of a thing of lumber. For South Korea, 20 over 200 is 1/10 of a thing of lumber. Opportunity cost of 1 lumber for Switzerland is other goes over. That'd be 5 shoes. And for South Korea, 10 shoes. So the opportunity cost of 1 lumber in terms of shoes for South Korea is, and I would just write, the opportunity cost of 1 lumber is 10 shoes for South Korea. God, I wish your AP exam would autocomplete like that. That'd be great. Well, it's not going to do that, but it'd be nice. So there's my answer to B, A. How do I tell if it's input or output? Macy, great question. You can tell if it's input or output if the numbers in the table are the amount of a thing being produced, it's output. Output means production. We're talking about stuff being made, shoes and lumber, stuff being made. If the numbers in the table represent the amount of resources used to make a good, like if it said number of minutes to make a shoe, number of workers to make a shoe, Like, that's what the numbers we're talking about. That would be an input, because those are resources. Inputs, resources, outputs, products. So we're talking about what the numbers in the table represent for if it's input versus output. If these countries were to specialize in trade, which country would export lumber and explain? Okay. So specializing in trading is based off of comparative advantage. I know South Korea has the comparative advantage in shoes, and Switzerland has the comparative advantage in lumber because they have the lower opportunity cost. Oh, wait, how do you know which number goes on top of the fraction, what goes on the bottom? Great question. Think of it as a ratio that you're setting where I'm trying to make it 100 shoes equals 20 lumber, and I'm solving for one of each of them. That's what's functionally happening mathematically. The shortcut I was talking about is other goes over. So if I'm finding the opportunity cost of like this box right up here, this one shoe, other goes over. The 20 goes over the 100, simplifies to 1/5. To find the opportunity cost of one lumber, other goes over. 100 over 20 is 5. For this one, other goes over, other goes over. There we go. That's how you're doing it. Is you take the other column's number, it goes over that one. That's how you figure it out. I don't know what this TNT stuff is. I'm going to start meeting people who are typing TNT. I don't know what that is. Okay. So if they were specialized in trade, who would export lumber? That would be Switzerland. The reason being they have the comparative advantage in lumber, or they have the lower opportunity cost, so they would specialize. I'm being very complete with my explanations here because I'm trying to write like the ideal version of this. But if you got like they have the comparative advantage lumber, or they have the lower opportunity cost, so they would specialize in it, that would work. That gives me the point that understands what's happening here. Okay, D, assume each country specializes in trades with each other. Identify a mutually beneficial term of trade for 1 ton of lumber. Okay, I'm going to do this on the whiteboard because it's easier to see. So it asks for a trade of 1 ton of lumber, so I'm going to look at my opportunity costs of lumber for this. So I have 1 lumber equals 5, 1 lumber equals 10. We don't have to explain more than that? Not really. Didn't say to show my work for it, so as long as I know that it's the lower opportunity cost, yeah, that technically would work here. It's a good question, Ashmi. Doug, how often does opportunity cost and absolute advantage problems appear on the AP exams? It will appear in some capacity. Multiple choice, probably at least 1 or 2 questions will hit it. FRQ is where it's kind of a crapshoot, because the last time we had one of these was 6 years ago. But usually it's every like 4 or 5 years where this happens. Now, the COVID year really threw off a lot of our like timings of things back in 2020. So, but I'd say we're between this and the balance sheet, we're kind of due for definitely one of these 2 things. Hell, maybe both of these 2 things, but I'd say at least one of these 2 are fair, very, very, very fair play. So it's been a minute since they've been on an FRQ, which makes me think we should get one soon. I would like to have one of these because I like term straight problems. I think they're good. So here we go. Here's my setup. 1 lumber for 5. 1 lumber for, I don't know. That's my answer for the question. 1 lumber for 10. Okay. The logic is I need this to be a better trade than what they were getting before. So a reminder, this top one was Switzerland. This bottom one was Korea. Okay. I know that because of the chart that I did over there. So remember that Switzerland is the one trading the lumber, and Korea is the one trading the shoes. So here's how we do this. Switzerland used to give up 1 lumber for 5 shoes, okay, or 5, whatever tons of shoes or however we're going to phrase this, okay. 1 lumber for 5 shoes, cool. 1 lumber for question mark shoes, okay. Well, I just need question mark to be more than 5 for this to be good for Switzerland, right? They used to give up 1 for 5, but they give up 1 for blank. I need blank to be better, so I need it to be more than 5. So I know question mark is greater than 5. Got that. Korea's the one giving up the shoes, though, so be careful on the back side of this. I don't want this number to be bigger than 10 also, because Korea used to give up 10 shoes whenever they got 1 lumber. Now they're giving up question mark shoes. They're still getting 1 lumber, So this number for creative benefit needs to be less than 10. So it has to be less than 10 and more than 5. The nice part is that just means it has to fall in between their opportunity costs in some way, shape, or form. So I would say answer for this would be 7 shoes. Bang. Didn't say to show my work, so I don't have to show my work. They usually don't, because showing your work here is weird, because a lot of teachers teach how to do this differently. I use this method, which I've seen from Jacob Clifford before, but I use the circle and box method, which I kind of did myself. I'm not sure if somebody else has done this before. I don't really remember. But that's the logic of it, is it needs to fall in between their opportunity costs for it to be mutually beneficial. Any number in between 5 and 10 would work. You can't use 5 or 10, because it's not necessarily better for those countries if you just do 5 or 10. But anything between 5 and 10 would be good. I'm going to read some questions real quick. Sanaya, if I do a terms of trade, oh no, Leonardo. Would the same opportunity cost calculations work if they gave you inputs and outputs in the same chart? They wouldn't give you both. They would give you one or the other. If it's inputs, the calculations flip. If it's outputs, the calculations are what they were. So now you have to do a terms of trade problem, solve all the opportunity costs at the top. Problem estimation work. Yes, you could. We just mentioned that. If it's both, I'm going to cry. Yeah, it's not going to be both. It'd be one or the other. What's a bank balance sheet? Go back in time and look at that part of the video. You know how in class you're going to sort of brain dump formulas on our paper? Should we do the same thing during our exam? You can't write on the paper until the exam starts. So that's going to be annoying because you're going to end up sitting in your chair for like a solid probably 15, 20 minutes before the exam starts. So probably not. At least not during the multiple choice section. During the FRQ section, maybe. When you get back from break and the FRQ starts up, you can start writing on that paper once your exam starts back up. So I think that's not a bad idea. But I wouldn't dump everything. I would dump as you go. Like, as you're reading through the questions, if you see a question where you're like, oh, that formula, write it down. Oh, that graph, draw that. But don't spend too long doing that, because your multiple choice questions, like, you have the same pace as our in-class tests were. Those, I mean, some of you guys were, you know, buzzer beating. Like, you were getting to, like, the very, very, very end. That is really tricky in terms of timing. So I wouldn't spend so much time writing on my scratch paper that I run out of time answering questions. I would want to answer my questions first and foremost. Guys, save your conversations with each other for your group chats or your real life where you talk to each other. Do we only answer on paper when it asks us to graph, or do we also write on paper the other parts? The entire FRQ is handwritten, so every part of it will be handwritten. They also provide calculators. They do. All the FRQs on paper. Thank you. That's a good question. Thank you, Catherine. Are you just doing FRQ? I did multiple choice questions earlier for sure. Could I do a 4x FRQ vortex that's coming up next? You're fine. I can always go back and do multiple choice questions, Beckett. So once I finish the FRQ predictions, if you want to just ask about random multiple choice questions, feel free to. But I don't have predictions for multiple choice because those can be kind of anything. Okay. E, which I didn't answer yet, because I just wanted to have a PPC question in here somewhere, because, again, that's a graph they haven't done in a couple of years. It says, E, assume South Korea's unemployment rate is currently 7% and their NRU is 5%. Draw and label a PPC for South Korea with increasing opportunity cost, shoes on the horizontal axis, lumber on the vertical axis. I'm going to make sure I know the numbers. 200 shoes, 20 lumber. Got it? $200 shoes, 20 lumber. So the graph should look something like this. I mean, it could be like different shape, but it should be curved because they said increasing opportunity cost. Lumber is 20, shoes is 200. These are their maxes. And then a dot representing their current unemployment level. Well, they currently have too much unemployment, is what this question's telling me. It should be 5%. It is 7%. So they're in a recession, and label that point X. Hello, a recession. Bang. A dot inside of the PPC is a recession. So PPC questions end up being usually pretty easy if they have you draw it. Like they've had ones where it's just draw a dot, that's full employment, draw a dot, that's above full employment, draw a dot, that's below full employment. You're like, all right, bang. Not too complicated. So yeah, PPC is not a bad graph to get. You would label your axes whatever the question tells you for a PPC. Those are not guarantees. It depends on what goods are being produced. So it says here shoes on horizontal, lumber on vertical. The numbers, because they gave me, I'm going to use the numbers in the table are their maxes. And it said increasing opportunity cost, so I'm doing the curve like that. If it said constant, I would draw it linear. Dot inside because it's in a recession. Perfect. How did I know it was a recession? This right here. Their unemployment rate is currently 7%. Their NRU is 5%. NRU is when you're at full employment, meaning full employment for them is if they only have 5% unemployment. If they have 7% unemployment, that's too much unemployment, which is the clear sign of a recession, is too much unemployment. If the unemployment rate was lower than NRU, you'd be above full employment, which you don't really do that on the PPC because it looks like you're in the impossible range on your graph, and no one likes doing that. Cool. I mentioned this here. They can ask B through C a number of different ways, like give me the opportunity cost of producing one of these. Calculate who is the comparative advantage in producing this. Like they can ask this a bunch of different ways. On B, on C and D, like they could give you a term of trade in D and ask who is benefiting from this trade. Like they could say, a term of trade of 1 lumber for 6 shoes. Does that benefit Switzerland? Explain. The answer is yes, it benefits Switzerland. They're getting more shoes per unit of lumber than they were previously. That's how that would work out. So they can ask these a few different ways. For the PPC, it's either usually a point labeling thing of just like where the dot has to go, or possibly a graph shift where it's like they have an increase in the amount of trees in their country. And so like the lumber side should shift out a little bit. If it's like there's more shoe resources, rubber, I don't know what shoes are made out of, fabric, whatever, then you would increase the shoes, or there's better workers, so the whole curve shifts out, that kind of thing. So it'd either be a graph shift or a point label. Either one's pretty straightforward and easy. How should I paste my, you have to put the number, I put the X. I don't know what the number you're referencing there is. Night Rider. How should I pace yourself in the FRQ? 30 minutes for the long FRQ, 15 minutes for each of the short FRQs. That's the timing breakdown you want to be following, generally speaking. Now, the way it's going to be said to you during instructions, I think, this is how the instructions typically work, is it's 10 minutes of reading time and 50 minutes of writing time for 1 hour of total time on the FRQs. But you can start answering the questions whenever. You don't have to spend 10 minutes reading the questions. You can go right into answering if you want. I would still spend a handful of those minutes like actually reading, like going through what I did on the balance sheet problem, like underlining and bolding stuff and highlighting stuff. I'm doing the FRQ predictions right now, so feel free to go back in time. You're good. Yeah, this is my second, technically this is the third FRQ I've predicted, but it's my other guess of FRQ too. Thank you guys for responding in the chat to these people, by the way, because you can respond faster than I can. The numbers on the graph do any, if they give me numbers for a PPC, I want to use them. I think you should. Do I know if they would take off points for it? I don't know if they would take off points for it because I've never seen a PPC graded on the AP Econ exam, so I can't guarantee you how, okay? Tori, I did, right before I went to the dog walk break, I went over the balance of payments accounts, so feel free to pop back in. That was about 7:30. I don't know what time it would be, like 2.5 hours in probably. I'm reading these questions before I go to the next FRQ. How long is the entire exam? 2 hours and 10 minutes. Thank you, Isa. Thank you for the heads up there. Yeah, it is 2 hours and 10 minutes total. 70 minutes multiple choice, 60 minutes FRQ, 10-minute break in between. So technically 2 hours and 20 minutes, plus whatever administration time it takes, probably about 20 minutes of administration time for that exam. So I'd say probably be out of the testing room by around 2:40, 2:45. What was number 2? Number 2, which one? There's 2. Number 2, terms of trade, or number 2, balance sheet. These are my guesses for FRQ2. FRQ2 is usually where the math happens. And then question 3, hello people who are asking for a balance of payments question slash a terms of trade problem, not terms of trade problem, a Forex market problem. Here we go. This is your Forex market problem and a balance of payments accounts problem right here. So assume Saudi Arabia is currently operating above its full employment level of output. Yellow, that's important. And it has ample reserves. Got it. Okay. So here's my question. I'll do the reading through thing like I did for the previous one because this one has graph stuff in it. Assume Saudi Arabia's trade partners increase their purchases of oil from Saudi Arabia. How will this affect their trade balance, their current account, and their capital and financial account? And explain the last part. Okay. This explanation will be very minimal if you're wondering. It's not going to be a crazy explanation. Assume the central bank, yes, I will post the link of the Google Doc version of these predictions in the either comments to this video once the video is posted or the description of this video once the video is posted. Feel free. Okay. Ample reserves, don't worry. It's an easy way to explain the ample reserves thing. Assume the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia chooses to enact a monetary policy to address the output gap, identify a monetary policy, and identify the impact on interest rates. So 2 parts to be there. C, Saudi Arabia, which is not spelled right. There we go. Saudi Arabia and Chile are trading partners with flexible exchange rates. Saudi Arabia's currency is the Rial, SAR. This is like the official abbreviation for the currencies in the Forex market. Saudi Arabian Rial, if you're wondering. And Chile's currency is the peso, CLP, Chile peso. Draw a correctly labeled Forex market for the peso relative to the Rial, and show, so I'm drawing a Forex market for the peso relative to the Rial, got it. Show the effect of the change in interest rates in Saudi Arabia from part B on the value of the peso. Hello. That's going to be a whole thing. And then D, based off the change in the value of the peso, explain, gross, what will happen to each of the following in Saudi Arabia. That's going to matter. Imports from Chile, exports to Chile. So these are in Saudi Arabia, imports coming from Chile, exports going to Chile. But these are Saudi Arabia's imports and exports, not Chile's. Be careful. All right, here we go. That was a loud clap. I'm so sorry to your headphones if you were using those. No, my hands were right by the microphone. That's going to suck for you guys. I apologize. Okay, here we go. Hi, Aaron, what's up? Well, let's do a quick brain break for a second. I'm going to pull a bigger cam up. Archer, hello. Want to say hi to the camera again? He does not like doing this. I'm so sorry, buddy. The boy. The boy. The boy. There's the boy. We have the dog. This is the dog. He doesn't like being held. He's going to wrestle out of my hands at any moment right now. Well, hello, it's Archer. It's a good boy. Oh, it's a good boy. There we go. You can relax there, bud. Dog is kind of old, actually. Dog is 13 now? 13. Because my mom got him for me like spring break in my senior year of high school, which is pretty rude as a means of getting me to come back home and visit a bunch during college, which was correct and smart of her because it worked. Rude, because we had a dog that I've been asking for forever. But yes, now he's my dog. He is my dog now, and I get to take care of him, and he is thankfully doing very well. But he is 13. Yes, that's very fun. Seniors, you will meet my dog at what's the thing? Senior picnic day after Royal Awards. My dog, I will be bringing him to the senior picnic because it's fun to do. The dog is here. Okay, now back to the question. I needed to do the mental break of petting my dog because he's a good boy. Okay, here we go. Trade partners, Saudi Arabia's trade partners buy more oil from Saudi Arabia. How will this affect each of the following in Saudi Arabia? Great question. Trade balance. Here's what you got to know. Trade balance is just another way of saying net exports. Trade balance is just net exports. That's all it's focusing on. Like the tariffs that were put in place by President Trump recently were all about our trade balance. That our trade balance was out of whack with a lot of these countries because we were importing more than we were exporting, which is true. We were importing a lot more than we were exporting, but there's a lot of reasons as to why that was happening. So trade balance, what would happen to this? Saudi Arabia is exporting more. Saudi Arabia is exporting more. So they're buying more from Saudi Arabia. So their trade balance should move towards a surplus. Doesn't say to explain it, just says what's happening to it. Move towards a surplus is the basic answer here because they are exporting more is the explanation for it. If you needed an explanation, they don't need an explanation. So it's just moving towards a surplus because they are buying more goods from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's trade balance is doing better. They're exporting more. Exports are awesome. You get more money that way. Current account. Reminder, the current account has net exports in it, trade balance in it also. Current account's got three things. It's all of the nets. Net export, net transfers, net foreign income, but net exports are in there. We are exporting more. This also moves towards a surplus. So they both move towards a surplus. We love that. Both are good. And then lastly, capital financial account moves towards a deficit because the balance of payments accounts offset one another. That would be my best way of explaining it. That doesn't involve me writing the full, like, at least 2-paragraph explanation for why this actually happens, which has to do with some accounting stuff. It's not worth explaining that. If you just said because they offset one another, that actually would work. The balance payments accounts, the current and the capital financial account, offset one another. If one is going positive, the other is going negative, and vice versa. So that part, thankfully, doesn't have to be fully that well explained because the actual explanation here would take a ungodly amount of time to do. And again, they've never asked people to actually explain that process. So don't assume that you have to, even if it said this. I would just go with they offset one another. Because if they were going to take off points for that, I would probably fight someone at the reading because I would be very annoyed because they've never asked anyone to do that ever before because it's frankly annoying to explain. Now, to be clear, the capital financial account isn't like about this, technically speaking. It's about assets, physical assets, and financial assets, but part of it is like a currency game situation. So that'll be a whole other thing. B. Assume the Central Bank of said area chooses to enact a monetary policy to address the output gap. Identify a monetary policy action. So there's two things happening here. Yes, the capital financial account plus current account should equal 0. Yes, because they offset, right? If one's negative 500, the other one's positive 500, they offset to equal 0. That's correct. So they need to do a monetary policy. We have to identify a monetary policy action and identify the impact on interest rates. Matt, I'll get to that question. It's a great question. I'll definitely make sure that I answer that. But I want to answer B first. So here's the important stuff. It's above full employment, so I know one thing, that it has to be a contractionary policy, which it doesn't ask which type, so I do have to be more specific than that, but I know it has to be contractionary. And second, it says ample reserves, which limits my options. For those of you that don't know what ample reserves means, it just means that banks have a ton of money in their banking system, and what it means functionally for problems is that a couple of your monetary policies aren't really effective. The reserve requirement isn't effective when you have ample reserves, and the buying and selling of bonds isn't effective when you have ample reserves. The only monetary policies that are effective are the administered interest rates, the discount rate, the IORB rate, but you could just say administered interest rates in general. So we're trying to do contractionary, which means we should be increasing the administered interest rates. Contractionary would be increasing administered interest rates. There we go. That'd be the answer for B. Well, the first part, because it says identify the impact on interest rates, which, to be clear, this also actually increases regular interest rates, if you were wondering. Thank God. It would be a nightmare if it wasn't. Yeah, if you increase administered interest rates, it decreases the money supply, which gets you higher interest rates. So, yeah, thank God. Raising interest rates does raise interest rates. We love that. Didn't say to explain it, so I didn't have to go through like the money supply decreases, gets you a higher interest rate kind of deal, but that happens. Let me go back and explain Matt's question. The difference between the net foreign income on current account and the financial assets on the financial account. So it's a great question, Matt. It is inherently very confusing. So I have to walk you through with an example of this. So net foreign income, which is in the current account, is money made passively off of international assets. The financial account records the buying and selling of financial assets. So let's play it like this. I buy a bond from Canada. That transaction of me buying the bond would be listed in our capital financial account. Because I'm buying a foreign asset, it would technically be a negative, a debit, on our capital financial account. Because America's giving up money to buy this bond. I'm in America.
When I get paid interest on that bond later, because that will happen later on, that is net foreign income, because that interest is passive money I am earning from that interest. So that interest is passive generated income. That's net foreign income. So the interest payment, net foreign income. The buying of the bond is capital financial account. So buying an asset or selling an asset, capital financial account. Making money passively off of that asset, current account. That's the difference. It is tricky for sure. Just know that buying and selling the asset is in the capital financial account. Making money passively off of it is net foreign income. It's a good question. Ethan, dog, that's about half my kids in this chat, dude. So you're fine. Don't worry. That's a big thing with this class in Gov is that a lot of this is done in a semester, and half the kids get it in the first semester, and they gotta just review, and it kind of sucks. We all think it's stupid. None of us like it as teachers. Ideally, we get to do, eventually, because of the digital exams, I think we're going to be able to eventually have like some AP exams in December, like Gov and Econ, like some of the semester ones, but hasn't happened yet, and I'm sorry because it does suck and it is stupid. Doug, what's the difference between imports and exports with net import and exports, if any? Directions. Imports are goods coming from other countries. You're bringing them in. Imports. That's how you think about it. Exports are goods that are being sold outside of the country that are made here, so they're leaving the country. Exiting the country is a good way to think about it. Exiting and coming in is how you can remember import and export. Hi, McRitchie, Sub-Zara. Tristan is for sure. Tristan wasn't doing terribly in our class, but yes, it is very confusing. Yeah, Econ is rough. Okay. Everyone got a 5, dude. How about everyone just got a 5? How about we just do that? That'd be sick. Dude, if everyone got a 5, I think I'd get like $1 million, right? If any of you get a perfect score, I get a letter from College Board congratulating me. So do you, by the way, if somebody gets a perfect score. But I get a letter being like, you did a great job. High five. No money is given. I get a really cool letter, which is sick. C. Saudi Arabia and Chile are trading partners with flexible exchange rates. Saudi Arabia's currency is the real, and Chile's currency is the peso. Draw a forex market for the peso relative to the real. I'm drawing this forex market real quick. What does that prefix net change? Net always means there's a positive and a negative component to a thing. So net exports is exports minus imports. There isn't a net imports as far as I'm aware, at least not one that is commonly used. If there is one, it's pretty rare to see it. But net just implies there's a positive and a negative component. Like net transfers, there's money that we send out and money that gets sent in. So there's a positive and a negative component that happens there. I'm setting up this graph right now real quick. This is the peso graph, it says, right, relative to the real. Okay. So here's our graph setup. It's a forex market for the peso, so I did quantity of pesos. The price of this is the real per peso, is the logic of this, because it's the price of pesos in terms of real. Technically, from a labeling standpoint, you could have done it with the currency names, the peso and the real, or the symbols, the SAR and CLP. That would have been fine. Either of those is perfectly valid. Either the currency name or the currency symbol or abbreviation they give would be fine. But this is the peso graph they asked for. They did not ask for both. They don't ask for both forex. They only asked for one. You should be able to draw either, because I could have asked for the real graph or the peso graph. They're both valid. So here's the question. It said based off the change in interest rates from Part B, and we said the interest rates were going to go up in Part B. All right, forex market interest rate time. How do you know which currency to put on top? It's the other currency. I always think of it as what's on the bottom of the graph goes on the bottom of the fraction. Quantity of pesos, real per peso. Because the price of pesos is how many reals it takes to get 1 peso. So it's on the bottom of the fractions, on the bottom of the graph. That's how I think about it. It's a good question, Vortex. So here's what's going to happen on the graph. We have a higher interest rate in Saudi Arabia. So internationally, people are going to want to invest in Saudi Arabia. They're going to want to put their money in Saudi banks. They're going to want to buy Saudi bonds, which Saudi doesn't really issue those because they aren't in debt, because they make money off of oil and own it as their government. But still, example. We would see an increase in the demand for the real, but this isn't the real graph, this is the peso graph. There would be an increase in the supply of the peso. Reminder for your forex graph, the pattern is always supply of one, demand of the other, same direction every time. So if you're wondering what's happening on the peso graph because you don't know what's happening to the peso, you know there's more demand for the real though because they want to invest there. Well, then there's more supply of the peso because in order to get those reals, they would need to be supplying more pesos to get them. In order to invest, they have to supply more of their currency internationally. This is not the domestic supply of the currency. This is the international supply of the currency. So more pesos are being supplied to invest in Saudi Arabia is the logic of what's happening here. On the Saudi Arabian graph, I would draw a increase in demand. You could technically draw, if you wanted to, a decrease in demand on this graph because people in Saudi Arabia wouldn't want to invest as much in Chile if Saudi Arabia has higher interest rates. So you could technically go two ways with this. Either way, you should get a depreciation of the peso. The way you can tell that it depreciates is the price. The price goes down. It takes fewer reals to get a peso. So the peso depreciates. Bang. So that's C. It just said to show the effect on the international value of the peso, but knowing that it depreciates is going to matter a lot for part D on this. Let me think if there's anything that it's worth mentioning on the Forex market. Okay, this is a good thing to mention with the Forex market. The two graph thing, because there's a real graph and a peso graph happening simultaneously. On your actual test, like in the test booklet, you should only draw one of those graphs. You should draw whichever they ask for. You could also draw the real graph if you wanted in there. The problem is you have to draw that graph perfectly too. Like x-axis, y-axis, and shift, and equilibrium all have to be perfect, because if you're putting a thing in your test booklet and not like scratching it out or erasing it or crossing it out, we have to take it as part of your answer. So it has to be correct if it's part of your answer. So only draw what Forex market they require of you. If you want to use your scratch paper to draw the other one to be like, I know that a demand goes up, oh, so the supply goes up on the, and that helps you, feel free to do that. But I wouldn't draw an extra graphs unless it's part of an explanation, which you could do, but you have to be perfect if you do that. Or in this case, the only other reason why I would do it is you don't know which one to draw. Your like brain explodes and you can't tell which one to draw. So you just draw both and try to draw them both perfectly because one of them is required. So if I draw both perfectly, I am fine. So if you can't tell which one to draw, like you're like, market for the peso relative to the real, they want the peso or the real, draw both. And then just draw both right and you'll be okay. But if it's the Forex market for the peso, it's the Forex market for the peso. And it says the international value of the peso here in case you were getting stuck on it. Yeah, if we strike through, would you omit it? Yes, we would. If it's in the test booklet and it's stricken through in some way, we would omit it. Now, you don't have to strike through it if you just do it on your scratch paper, because you'll have scratch paper and the actual test booklet during your FRQ section, so you don't have to do the strike through. You can just write it on the other piece of paper, but up to you on how you want to do that. D, based off the change in the value of the peso identified in Part C, explain what will happen to each of the following in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so Saudi Arabia is who we're talking about here. What happens to imports from Chile and exports to Chile for Saudi Arabia? So reminder, the peso depreciated, which means the real appreciated, right? If the peso's worth fewer reals, and the real's worth more pesos. Cool? That's about their imports and exports. Yes, you get a calculator combo. It's built into the thing, and you get to have one also, but it can't be a graphic calculator. It has to be a boring, like, four-function calculator. So explain what happens to imports from Chile. Imports from Chile would increase. Exports to Chile would decrease based off the change in the value of the currency. Now, I'm going to have to explain that because this always requires actually explaining. It also says to explain it. And how you explain this is very, very careful. So listen very careful to this. The value of the real has appreciated relative to the peso. What that means is if you have reals, as opposed to getting, like, say, 2 pesos per real, you're now getting 3 pesos per real. So any good that's priced in pesos just got relatively cheaper for you. It isn't technically cheaper, like the price of the good hasn't changed, but it takes fewer of your currency to get their currency. So it's become, like, functionally, in a way, easier for you to buy. So here's how I would explain this, because how you phrase this is important. imports from Chile would increase in Saudi because people from Saudi will be able to get more pesos per real, making the relative price of Chilean goods lower for people from Saudi. I'm phrasing this very carefully because you have to phrase this very carefully. The goods from Chile aren't cheaper, period. If you make it not clear, it might sound like you mean they're cheaper for people in Chile too. They're not. The goods from Chile are cheaper for people from Saudi who use the real. That's the important part of this. That's the part that people need to get sort of like focused on. So however you phrase this, you have to make sure you phrase it in such a way that I know you mean it's just getting less expensive for people from Saudi Arabia to buy goods from Chile. So you've got to be very careful. The word relative is helpful. Relative price, like it's relatively more expensive or it's relatively less expensive, because that means like by comparison, which is a good way to phrase it. Be careful if you just say it's cheaper or more expensive. Okay. Relative price is a good way to phrase this. The amount, if you want to say very specifically, it'll take more pesos, more reals. It'll take fewer reals to get a pesos. People paying in reals will have to spend fewer of them to buy goods from Chile. That's true. It's true. So you want to be kind of deliberate in how you explain or phrase the imports-exports thing. A good way to remember this is what happens to your currency value happens to imports. Could you say they have more buying power? They have more purchasing power when it comes to goods priced in pesos, is how I'd phrase it, Jake. I like the idea of buying power, but it's specifically just buying power when it comes to goods priced in pesos. So we got to be so careful about how we phrase that, because I graded an FRQ that had the imports-export things on it last year, because they've been doing this recently quite a few times, which is why I think it's still fair play here. They really, really are annoying on how specific you have to be with how you explain this and what things you say that could lose you points. Exports to Chile would decrease from Saudi because people in Chile would have to spend more pesos to get goods priced in reals. Is a shorter way to phrase this. That's like the short way to phrase it. It costs them more pesos to get goods that are priced in reals. So any good from Saudi Arabia just got, relatively speaking, more expensive for people from Chile in this context. So that's how I would phrase it. That's like the simple way I would phrase it. This is like the better way I would phrase it. But in both ways, you've got to be kind of careful with how you phrase this. I think on the previous question that I graded with this, it was 1 point for having the imports and exports right. The second point for having it explained right. But it was like you have to get the first thing to get the second thing. But like it was imports increase, exports decrease 1 point, and then Y is the second point. Cool. Those are my FRQ predictions. I'll repeat what they are in sort of short summary here. The first, I think, will be an ADIS graph with a self-adjustment, fiscal policy and multiplier thing, and crowding out tied at the end, which is what the loanable funds market came in here on part F. The second FRQ, I think, is either going to be a bank balance sheet into a money market or reserve market question. So that part E here could have been a reserve market thing if I wanted it to be. Or it'll be a terms of trade and PPC question, I think. Although I guess you can make this a Phillips curve if you wanted with this E, if you wanted to. So it's either, I think, and this is again, am I going to be perfect here? Probably not, but this is just a guess. It'll either be balance sheet, which is also what Jacob Clifford thought, or terms of trade, which is what I think it might be. And the third one I think is international trade, because they've been doing this a lot, where like this third FRQ is just like, here's your Forex problem, or here is your just loanable funds market problem. They just sort of like throw these. The long FRQ was the first one. And the first one was a long FRQ, for sure. A lot of times the long FRQ will have two graphs in it. It has the long run explanation in it. It has some sort of policy thing happening. It also has math in it from the multiplier thing. So like you're budgeting like 30 minutes for this problem. I think it wouldn't have taken you that long, but yeah, that's the idea. Similar ones for 1 and 2, yeah. I think most of us have gotten the groove of the long FRQ at this point, where the long FRQ is pretty clearly going to be an ADAS or Phillips curve. You got to correct the graph. They might throw a multiplier thing in there because they like to do that, it seems like now. Like, that's become a fairly common trend for the long FRQ. That's usually the easiest one to predict, at least, like, structurally. What I'm going to do real quick here, because I still have about 30 minutes, I'm going to go through this first FRQ's A and B as if it was a Phillips curve problem instead, just in case, because it could be either of those two things. And then I'll ask for any questions from you guys about last things you want me to hit before I end the stream for tonight. So for A, on this, I'm still doing negative output gap for arch area. I'm just doing a Phillips curve instead of an ADAS graph. So it would say draw a correctly labeled graph of the Phillips curve, label the current unemployment and inflation rate with U1 and I1, and the natural rate of unemployment as UF, like unemployment at full employment is the logic of it, SRPC, LRPC, and then if we are below full employment in a negative output gap, your dot on your Phillips curve should be over here. So here's your Phillips curve. If this was a Phillips curve problem instead, this is what the graph would look like, is this. LRPC, SRPC, unemployment, inflation, and because you're below full employment, remember when you're below full employment, you have a hell of a lot of unemployment. So my dot's going to be over here, where there's a much greater unemployment rate than the natural rate here at unemployment at full employment. So your LPC is where the NRU is. If you have too much unemployment, you'd be to the right of this. If you have too little unemployment, you'd be to the left of this. Reminder, this is always worth keeping an eye on with your Phillips curve. Your Phillips curve and ADAS graphs are mirrors of each other. So if you're thinking like, wouldn't I be behind the LRAS? Yes. So you'll be ahead of the LRPC because unemployment and GDP have an inverse relationship. Okay. B, I would still say the same thing for A1. It's just if you increase SRAS, and I'll come back and review this in a second, your Phillips curve would shift the whole curve like this, and you'd get back to full employment here. So let me walk you through how the Phillips curve works from a shift standpoint, because I technically haven't reviewed that yet, and I know Boston, I think, asked about it at one point, so I'll definitely go through your Phillips curve right here. So your Phillips curve, I'm going to go back to full screen for this. There we go. Oh my God, my hair's getting crazy. I need to shower after this. I'm getting sweaty in the chair. I've been here for, oh my God, it's 9:40. Jesus Christ. Okay, so to all of you guys who've been here, shouts to y'all. You guys are so cool for doing this, because shouts to you guys. The biggest thing that you're doing right now is trying hard, which is honestly the most important thing. I don't care what your score is. Trying hard is more important than your score, and that's not a joke or me being stupid. Okay, so here's the graph shift that I'm talking about. Let's explain the Phillips curve real quick. Your Phillips curve graph is a redone version of your ADAS graph stuff. So here's how this tends to work. I'll show you with an ADAS graph. So we said in B1 that SRAs would have to increase because they're lowering wages and hiring more people, right? So let's just sort of show why that's the Phillips curve. So SRAS is going to increase. I'm just drawing that real quick on an ADAS graph for you. So we see this increase in aggregate supply gets me a higher GDP. It also gets me a lower price level. You can see those two things right here. The Phillips curve is a graph that is meant to just show a different sort of point of view of your ADAS graph stuff. Your GDP is going up, so your unemployment rate should go down. The logic for this is if GDP is going up, businesses are making more money because there's more spending happening, so they should be able to hire more people, so unemployment would go down. Price level is going down, so inflation should go down. In terms of the Phillips curve, it was inflation rate and unemployment rate. The only way to have both of those go down is to take the dot that I had and move it down and in, which will require me to draw a whole new Phillips curve to meet it. So I shifted the whole Phillips curve in because I needed to have lower of both unemployment and inflation. If you get a Phillips curve problem and you're getting stuck, Make it not a Phillips curve problem. Draw your ADIS graph and do this bit right here. GDP, so unemployment, price level, so inflation, and make this happen on your Phillips curve with the dot. I'm giving you an example here with a Phillips curve problem that's a little different. I'm going to be very lazy with my labeling here, and I apologize for that. Just doing this as an example. So, like if this is my Phillips curve, I don't have an LRPC because who needs it? And I want to lower both. This dot would have to go down and in. There is no graph there, so I got to draw a new curve to get there. Now, if I got a problem where I had, say, higher GDP and higher price level, so my unemployment rate went down and my inflation rate went up. If you're wondering, this would happen if aggregate demand went up. So I need lower unemployment, higher inflation. I would move my dot up along the curve like that. Because at this point up here, I have a lower unemployment rate and a higher inflation rate. The way I always think about it is changing aggregate demand, you move along the Phillips curve. AD goes to the right. Along the Phillips curve, I go like left. That's because, again, x-axes are inversely related here. And then if I change aggregate supply, I shift the whole Phillips curve. Supply, shift, AD, along. That's how I think about the Phillips curve stuff. So it's always an ADIS graph problem that you've just sort of drawn in a different way because they're trying to be fancy about it because they want to have more graphs because why not have more graphs? Let's just have more graphs are great. They're not. It's annoying. I wish we had less. The money market can go away. The reserve market's more accurate. Okay. 43. I can still keep going for about 15 more minutes at least. I mean, technically speaking, I could keep going for a lot longer than that because I'm a monster. But I also need to go to bed at some point because I have to go to work tomorrow. So that's a whole thing. Can you go over unexpected inflation as well? In what way? What do we mean by it? Oh, the borrowers lenders thing, maybe. Sure. The unexpected inflation thing is if there is, more inflation than expected. So AD shifting right is the movement left along this. If you see, that is exactly correct. Whoever asked that question. Could you go over unexpected inflation? Sure. So I'm going to use me as the example because I literally did this a while ago. When you borrow money and you pay it back later, the money that you borrow, I'm technically doing interest rates kind of right now, Triple Dragon, let's a little bit. So the money that you borrow and then pay back later, you got to think of when money is more valuable, right? Tests in the afternoon, yes. Complex, not in the morning. You get to sleep. Thank God. And the Phillips curve shifts left? Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm reading the chat while I'm trying to answer a problem. It's very stupid of me. What was it talking about? What is this happening? Oh, it's inflation, sorry. If there's more inflation than expected, borrowers are the ones who benefit from this because the banks make the interest rate based off what they think the inflation rate is going to be. They need to make sure the money they're getting paid back is worth more than what they lent you. That's why they charge interest, right? They lend you 20K, you don't pay back 20K, right? You pay back like 20K plus interest because they need to make money off the deal. But if inflation keeps happening, the money they're getting paid back might not buy 20 plus K worth of stuff because if prices rise by a hell of a lot, they're in a rough spot. So the more inflation that happens, more than expected anyway, the better off borrowers are because the money they're paying back has less value. The logic is basically your debt is becoming less valuable as money becomes less valuable because of the higher inflation rate. So it's borrowers benefit when there's more inflation than expected. Lenders lose and savers suffer. I always go with alliteration for this. Borrowers benefit, lenders lose, savers suffer. Because if you're a saver, you put your money in a savings account, it's collecting interest. If there's more inflation, that interest you're getting is not worth very much because prices are way higher, so it sucks. Anything where there's long time periods happening, inflation can matter for, which is why we talk about borrowers, lenders, and savers. These are all things that happen over a bunch of time. Do you think I should listen to a review video before giving the test? Giving or taking the test? Before taking the test, yeah, for sure. Or whatever thing is best for you review-wise. If it's a video, whether that's like Clifford's video from yesterday, Jacob Clifford had like a 30-minute video, which was like his version of the Cram session, which is much more reasonable because he has a family and children. I just have a dog here, so it's easier for me to do a 5-hour one where I'm going insane. He has a children to take care of, so he probably can't get away with that. But his 30-minute video is pretty good. We have to be in the front, don't really... Yeah, Catherine, that was an interesting time. But you were here, at least. You were just in the front foyer, which is weird. Thankfully, we got you in there, so that was great. What shifts LRAS? Any changes to capital stock would shift the LRAS, but you should never have to draw it on the AP exam shifting. There are questions that can ask what happens to the LRAS, and it can change. It's always about capital stock, like total amount of capital of all types. It's how you get economic growth. Physical capital, like tools, tech, machinery. Human capital, like knowledge and skills. PPC shifters is a good way to think about it, too, because the PPC represents full employment, so does the LRAS. So it's kind of the same idea. What was this? Sanaya, what happens to aggregate demand when currency appreciates, depreciates? It's based off the net export change. So if currency appreciates, net exports goes down because you can import more, which would make aggregate demand decrease. When your currency depreciates because you can export more easily, your aggregate demand increases. Jesus is back. Jesus, you didn't miss much. You're fine. You just missed me going over the entire AP exam. I just gave everybody all the answers and it's gone forever. Did I go over interest rates? Oh, sure. Let me just do the interest rates really fast. There's a few. They're different. It's whatever. It sucks. Okay. The vocab-specific ones that you got to be aware of are the discount rate, the IORB rate, which is the interest on reserve balance rate. Sometimes they just say the whole word, which is super annoying. The policy rate, which is also called a couple of other things, aka the federal funds rate. You could say nominal and real interest rate, but honestly, the nominal rate is just regular interest rates. Real interest rates is adjusted for inflation. This is what the word real means. So these three specific ones are like proper nouns. The discount rate is the price of a loan from the Federal Reserve to a commercial bank. Say you're Wells Fargo, you need to borrow some money because you've lent out too much money today. Oops, daisy. So you borrow money from the Federal Reserve, you got to pay back interest on that loan. That's called the discount rate. It's an overnight loan because banks get that money back. The IORB rate is the interest on reserve balance rate. This is the interest rate banks are paid if they are storing money at the Federal Reserve. So banks store money at the Fed, they get paid interest like it's a savings account, they get paid the interest on reserve balance because money banks store at the Fed is called reserves, and it's interest they're getting paid on the balance of their reserves, the amount of money that's in reserves. The policy rate, aka the federal funds rate, also called the target rate, why are there so many names, is the interest rate on loans from one bank to another. Not the Federal Reserve, not the central bank, but between different commercial banks, because you're like a, what was the example? Wells Fargo and Chase might borrow from each other as opposed to borrowing from the Federal Reserve. Maybe it's a better deal. They pay back what's called the policy rate. It's called the federal funds rate in America. That's a terrible name for it. I freaking hate that name for it, so I like the policy rate better. But the federal funds rate is also a name for it. The target rate's a good name too, because it's like the actual interest rate the Federal Reserve is targeting is that one. Because if banks charge each other more, they're also going to charge you more. If they charge each other less, they're also going to charge you less. So that's a whole deal there. How do we determine if something slides on the curve or if the whole curve shifts? Ashmi answered that just fine, but that's for the Phillips curve specifically. Compel, I'm confused why expansionary policies reduced interest and contractionary increases. I can explain that for sure. So, how the monetary policies work. So you got to understand what the monetary policies are doing, right? An expansionary policy increases the money supply. A contractionary policy decreases the money supply. Let's think of the interest rate reminder as like the price of a loan, right? So here's the logic of this, right? Let's like follow with me. Listen carefully. I'm going to sit more casually now because it's almost 10 o'clock at night. I'm just getting sleepy. So, red gamer, interesting. I don't think they're going to do margin requirement. That's a very old-timey word for it. So, sorry, I get distracted. ADD's like crazy. So, expansionary policies. These will increase the money supply, meaning there is more money in the banking system now. So, banks have more money to lend out, right? Think supply and demand of a good, right? The more of a good a business has to sell, what happens to the price of that good? Assuming we want it the same, how do they sell all that extra inventory? They lower the price, right? So if banks have a hell of a lot more money to lend out because of this expansionary policy, in order to be able to lend that money out, in order to get me to borrow all that extra money, they want to make it a good deal for me. So the larger the money supply, the more money they can lend out, the cheaper loans should get. Interest rates being the price of loans. If you want to think of interest rates as the return on savings, that also works because if banks have more money, why would they need to offer you as much interest to store your money there? They don't need your money as much. So that's why the increase in the money supply gets you a lower interest rate. decrease in the money supply means that banks will have less money. These loans get more scarce. They have less to lend. In order to maintain revenue as a business, banks are a business, they need to charge more for those loans then, because they're going to have less money to lend out, but they still want to be making a lot of profit. In order to make more profit with less of a good, you need to charge more for it. So the price goes up. So it's based off the supply of loans more than anything. The money supply is technically what changes, but the money supply and the supply of loans are directly correlated. That's the logic of it. Can you explain the impact of appreciation and depreciation? Sure. If you're, and I'm not writing stuff down because at this point it's 9:50. If your currency appreciates, it's worth more internationally, meaning you gain more of other currency values is kind of the logic of it. Okay, you gain more of other currency values. So say the dollar is worth more as it appreciates in value, means you'd get like more yen per dollar. So any good that is priced in yen is now cheaper for you. So traveling to Japan just got a hell of a lot better. Buying goods from Japan, shouts on Nintendo Switch 2, just got a little easier because those goods are originally priced in their home country's currency and then get converted to dollars along the way. We don't make you do that, but it happens in the process of this. So the idea is if your currency appreciates, you have more spending power and can buy more from other countries, so imports would go up. And if your currency depreciates, your goods just got cheaper for everybody else, so you can sell your goods more easily, so you'll be able to export more. I've heard students say that whatever happens to currency value happens to imports. That is true. If your currency appreciates, you can import more. If your currency depreciates, you can import less, and exports go the opposite way. So that's easy. Can we double check every single thing? No. You can just go back and rewatch the video. I'll kill you, Jesus. Rad Gamer. Can we go over common AP term synonyms? No, only because I don't know what they're going to use. They're monsters. I hate when they do it. They just change words out, go off of context clues, and hope you're right. I don't know what to tell you with that one. Yes, I will post the link. I can't wait till the video ends before I can post the link to the thing. So I will go and do that after. Worst case scenario, kids, I will email it to you in your email. Just check your student email. If you're not in my class, check the comment section of the video. I'll probably figure out some way to link it because I know you guys want those. What else is happening here? Can you explain the effects of inflationary expectations on the money supply? On the money supply, presumably nothing unless the central bank actually does something based off those inflationary expectations. Like if they think there's going to be more inflation, they might do a contractionary policy to stop that inflation. So that's how it would affect the money supply, is like the central bank's response to there being more inflation is the idea, right? That's sort of the logic of it. But it's not. That's not a commonly seen thing on money supply shifters. Oh, Triple Dragon is frickin' Zach, of course it is. Of course it's Triple Dragon on here. Can you send a link? Yeah, macro keep. Oh, Tristan wanted the multipliers again. In what way? I can just give you the thing. The idea is spending multipliers 1 over MPS, tax multipliers negative MPC over MPS, money multipliers 1 over reserve requirement. For all three, savings are on the bottom. MPS is how much is being saved, MPS is how much is being saved, reserve requirement is how much it has to be stored. So it's always like the saving portion on the bottom. It's 1 over MPS on the spending multiplier, 1 over the reserve requirement on the money multiplier. The tax multiplier has the weird negative MPC thing. The negative is because higher taxes lower spending, lower taxes raise spending. That's why the negative is there. So that's why I can remember the negative one. It's change in thing times multiplier equals change in bigger thing. Change in spending times spending multiplier is change in GDP. Change in tax times tax multiplier is change in GDP still. And change in excess reserves, gotta know that, times the money multiplier gets you the change in the money supply. There's a lot of people talking in the chat that feels like it's just a conversation they should be having. Can we go over monetary growth and MVPY? It happens earlier in the video, Sid Marks. Feel free to go back and find it. It definitely happens a couple of times earlier, so don't freak out there. I don't know who Goated Zeke is and why they're talking about being big as hell. Yeah, coming on while studying and seeing you slow deteriorate. This is what happens by the end of the video. I'm sleepy. Trying to think of anything else that's worth mentioning here at the end. Can we go over cost push and demand pull inflation? Yes, this is very easy to go over. These both have to do with your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph. Demand pull inflation is inflation caused by rising demand. Like AD goes up, you get a higher price level. Think increases in spending. You increase spending, prices go up. That's not necessarily bad because spending can go up for a lot of good reasons, like higher income and stuff like that, which would get you more spending, but would get you more prices. So demand pull inflation, I always phrase it as a normal consequence of generally good economic conditions. Too good, you can get too bad at prices, but for the most part, demand pull inflation is why we as an economy want to have a little bit of inflation every year. We want to have, like, on average, 1% to 2% inflation every year. Demand pull is what we're hoping for because it's like more people have jobs, people are making more money, so they're spending more, so prices go up a little bit each year. Perfectly fine. Cost push inflation is bad. It's also called stagflation. It's inflation caused by rising costs of production, which, if you're thinking ADS graph, think of a decrease in aggregate supply, is what we're talking about for cost push. Why that's bad? Cost push inflation happens because of higher cost of production. That's not necessarily meaning people are getting paid more. It could be that, but it's probably because a certain resource like oil has gotten really expensive, which makes it more expensive to produce things, so you can't produce as much and have to charge more to make that money back. I can't produce as much, so I'm probably not going to be able to afford as many workers, and my prices are going to get up. I'm going to get higher unemployment and higher inflation. That's stagflation. That's really bad because it's hard for your economy to fix both of those problems at the same time. They tend to make each other worse when you try to fix it. So yeah, that's the basic idea. I don't know who this guy is, but I'm just gonna block that kid. Can you explain how price level affects loanable funds rates? Price level doesn't affect the loanable funds market directly. You could do higher price levels, so they do a contractionary policy so the supply of loans decreases. That's possible. Price level affects the demand for money on the money market graph. Reading questions real quick. Which units have the most questions? Usually units 3 and 4 have the most questions. Can you explain this in Fallout New Vegas terms? Please, man, I'm begging. Ask ChatGPT to do that. It does a funny enough job when you ask that. Is CPI a big part of the exam? Not a big part of the exam. It'll probably be a question on multiple choice, maybe. A question or two. There's some kind of thing that it's going to be tied to in some way, shape, or form. I've blocked him from my chat, so I can't see him. I don't know if you guys can still see him. It's not really my responsibility in here. Okay, it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm going to end up calling it here. Things that matter, last big explanations, all of this stuff. Let me go through the kind of thing here. Quantity theory of money I did go over earlier in the video. Don't be afraid to find it. You're looking for when I hold MVPY up on the board. It happens. I promise it's in here. So let me go through some last announcements before you guys dip, because I just want to say some few things before you guys leave, because it's always worth saying at the end of this video, because this video is a nightmare. Just so you guys know, I always appreciate you guys hopping in the chat for this kind of thing. I know how hard it is to ask you guys to watch a live stream that is an unconscionable amount of time. Like this is fully like 5-hour videos. This is just disgusting to ask you to do. I do this because I want you guys to succeed, but you guys wanting to succeed on your own is its own separate thing. So I will say I am incredibly proud of you just for being in here and like asking these questions. If you end up watching this video back later, just know that you are also good and helping here. I know how hard it is to really have the self-discipline to study and to like really put your mind to it. I hope ideally you at least learn a little bit from the context of like, okay, maybe next time I have a big test, I study a little bit, more in advance, so this is less of a massive panic and anxiety attack that I'm having. But for the most part, I am very happy that you guys all came in here and asked as many questions as you did. If I didn't get to help you with your question, please feel free to email me if you're one of my students, or type comments in this video, not in the chat, but in like the actual comments of the video, or find other videos on my channel and type comments in there, and I'll go and respond to those so I can help you guys out. I really do wish you all the absolute best of luck, and know that I am deeply proud of you all for being in here. Thank you all very much for asking all the stuff and for being engaged and for listening. I really appreciate it. I will be posting the link to the doc version of my guesses here on the comments of the video. So keep an eye out for that, guys. And thank you all, and have a good night. Try to get some sleep. I don't try to stay up too late. Get some sleep. Eat some breakfast in the morning. Have a normal amount of caffeine. Try to treat it as normal of a day as you can. And I wish you all the absolute best of luck.